mention what you for. Na menka say ohe Ghana the economic situation ayete ho very often na man for trivialize the whole discussion e look like normal politics and but we got to a point now we will be a very holistic analysis about Ghana's economic situation. You come to appreciate say baby and Ghana economy we were under the bus. We needed some intervention. Say economy will come back to life again. But among for free said your politics because Abeiku say oh baby started free not the former finance minister. I shall see a buyer or shall say already the obey and say young bobosia because of my beyond sana economy bit down the nice you need to rely on yourself and look at how when it comes to near my one kasa bit me my economy no I grow your Friday be homegrown policies set initiative bit me set emotion I don't know a bit me stimulate economic growth na no qua then other external way never bano will only come complement those your friend is saying initiatives now what taking but unfortunately no na adenu nyina kwaya bosia bo entia start here the very moment abai no take over na yehu second of Oriata in 2018 eco bond market commercial space and eco floating bond over about 2.5 ema ho eba ye nsem bebre scandals e baaye eno achi no na man for free say that particular sika no ye betimi ago as I invest somewhere say be ya Ghana e betimi nya so mfaso ye hu de si ye then that particular money no e ho asem kotwae the following year and buying the sanko you have the same space eco bobosia over 3 billion you could receive in bonds and no buy ya be ye kenke party then na se for be gi ani wo kroma Ghana nko na be hu se san ye ko bobosia be ye ho party but that is how I need to trivialize the politics too. The following year, 2020, we went to the same bond market. Another 3 billion at the buyer. And a lot of people started talking. Even IMF, COVID-19, nobody catch it and say your debt, your friends saying levels, and you're sustainable because I don't know your first one year bubble but at that point in time, no, can of the following year, 2021, the gentleman again went to the market and subscribed to another 3 billion. So you buy a house in the space of 4 years. You get almost 11.2 billion. I had Yabakruma. But at that point, you know, offer bar now the ticket for real touching out and say, on Chonian Sadia, or the says, Canaya. One way I would have home Tiaba Bune Pirano, because there was nothing sensible he was going to show you. Enna Ecoye. So you buy a house say, Yada Bosia Bona, the order of the day, ye ko BM no 2022. Unfortunately, no, Anna Amoaleti, yes or no. Kwanya ya faswa ye Bobosia no, your debt and your sustainable. Na and Katana ya the corner, na ye cook figures. And reflect the economic situation at all grounds. And no who say now there were a lot of scrutiny and watchy and rating agencies who moved this Fitch, S&P, and for these are rating agencies. They need to give you a credit score and sign a wire credit worthy and nobody in the amount. And when they started rating us junk, and then for now to Zayaka or be any word in the Sika amount, then government Baukroman or decide to say, okay, if that is the case, there, then let's rely on the Bank of Ghana. Maybe why Bank of Ghana was printing money. Then he called the governor of Bank of Ghana and catcher and said, this is the situation. Now, we can't go out there to borrow. Revenue generation in this country compared to the Yenyano, Sika Editotiano, and so the only source, and it's about printing Sika, the gentleman turned Bank of Ghana into a printing press. And to Okoda, sorry, I thought that crime saw that. Printing Sika Lugumsa, Yaniba Hosono. Now in a year, Bank of Ghana na bobosia over best 60 billion and a car and a dinosaur and inflation because the very moment you print more money into the system, inflation a budget samu and I shall say anybody also and 53 and I said near money na inflation our whole impact on the livelihood of the people because would you sika that's inflation or higher scanning in a waste and on my Ghana for shall say feeling the impact of this economic hardship. Then other areas. Na Ghana statutory funds say niema mu ye dia and the cushion ye bob bosia we nyina achi no ye ne ba ye ho so no na ye the get fund me school me kai say those times secondary school get fund the top bass ma yen sa ade no ye ya mortgage e da kosikam akwa je bosia enti get fund no near mercy yede ye Ghana for be benefiting your schools no na emma biem because aban e de get fund akobo bosia
na kire mu get fund sika ne yenya fi ye titi efi ne de koto fund
eye woto ade ne na sefo no ma those tax revenues
na yen chese nkofo VAT na ye choro no yes. Get fund show ye wo NHIL
yes
ye wo get fund
yes
ye wo tourism levy your e-levy
yes
and na near what COVID levy
yes
ni nyina account nti ukoto ade wo store ukoto ade wo shop bi a receipt no am de ma no obehu say get fund 2.5
yes
get fund 2.5%
yes
NHIL also 2.5% and a VAT no is 15% as a 17% and near 1% this sa sikana ukoto ade sa eto na utua no boso so a Ghana Revenue Authority etisa sika no na ode akwa akoto get fund nim saa sika na da fund nim no aban akwa akofa
eda kobobosi
ekufu ado afa sika no ede akwa de
ede akosi kam akosi awowa
ode akosi sika ode saa sika na saa akwa akosi
awowa so what it means say ya jeje tax na ekotoma saa sika no kwa akotua that eka and again Abra President Mahama
get fund so e wo ne butan ti asa fund wo
oh yes and I make say secondary school ya pen so and na ye dey support amanfo ne buses ne those kind of
food eti what is school so no say omunya omakade ne niam bia
you know ba
bia sika no enka foto no kodu ekoda yeyi e de koma school so no sa sika no eni ho bio because ye de akwa akosi awowa eti ye kwaji yetua your taxes na ekoto get fund mu pe ni ate straight e de akwa akoma omo boy besia
yes enti sesi ameno ka say oman no eka no ayere so ye ntimi ntia e na other statutory fund na wo ho no e na Abeiku anya no nko a esla aye energy ye fancy sector levy we ya President Mahama de ba say yemfa that tax no because na ye ka ye de IPPs no Ghana ye generation mix no e 50-50 Yankasa state no ye dey 50% and na IPPs no produce 50%. Enti na eka e ho na ano ye den. So the government decided to form a consortium of banks say omo na ye that fund we no ye the more to ano se sika betoma you have a leader obeteki sika no they will distribute to this way because sika no mo de yes ane money na mo fa few banks. So na pressure na asefo e koso. Enti esra no so the whole essence was to defray cost na debt e wo the energy sector. Omba ya modi we kosi kam no and I the same esla no so sanko kosi kam biem said they can't get fund dey and no so ya de kwaje bosia it which means energy sector debt na se yetua no because of ya de kwakosi community entumi ntua and na na obete say IPPs no threaten say almost shut it down or more plant and as for because of payment and as for no then you understand why at this particular eka apepe so because banks na less or more fast sika ni tua o man for mo do mo kaka no sa sika no ni ho biem ye free ho e na baba ye challenge so you got to a point baby a ye sika free nyina na Abeiku ni nyina akọ na gbebo so a kire wo bosia ya bo ne na se for no then na ehia se ye beko IMF akwakoji sika na IMF so pay their initiatives no na se for no so wo yo o man na wo de dia manfo e ka bebre a on fa ne sika ma because onim se sika no de mawa e ka na wo di kotua impact no na se for bia no untum before that no after COVID na Ghana ya declare bankruptcy na ya ka kire ya external creditors na se for say chale e ka me ne e ka na ya de ne yentumi ntua so for the past 2 to 3 years dey na e ka ya de na ya service ya debt a year basis no it was around 50 billion na ya stop we were not paying. Then IMF we no ba mu no now we needed an official ya fan saying confirmation from this external creditors ma mo ti ase say you know we go into agreement and the agreement no ye go paper so and sana IMF agreed ye sika amayen then we started engaging the China foka 1.7 billion dollars the Paris Club 1.9 billion oko multilateral say the omoka 8.1 commercial other commercial entities ya domo ka 3.2 ena Eurobond nana make ho asem rankasa ne domo ka 13.1 billion and you can external debt ni nyina boma na won nam somewhere around 28.7 billion dollars ana ye dia manfo but answer na ubenya IMF deal no you need to strike your friends deal with this microphone more moti ase and at some point in time President Kufuor den krema the Canadian embassy oba kroma say on China for nkasa na e kana ye de omo no mo ntwe nkwa animu be he na on we kasa ye no mo kasa che ya ansa na emu bi ti ase e twetwe ye kana kwa animu by kana ye twetwe kwa animu don't forget say adechie ye be sase atua a ebi be mature 2027 na se for no because na akufo do wanted a free space sabe ya pressure na se for man so na ye nsa be ka IMF sika no enti omo nso ti ase ebinom etwetwe niam no kwa akira nti say afa na e ka no nyina e beba fie aside all the debt I gu yes say ameno ka say Ghana sika asat last year 2020 no July 2024 na your debt and I'm over 742 billion Ghana cedis. I don't mind so officially no in terms of GDP it was around I think 70.2 or 70.3. Before that you know IMF projected that I say your debt to your GDP LCD 100%. So when you have all this information available about the current state of Ghana's economy, then it gives you a certain impression say there is no your first investor out there or you're interested in so the such an economy.
The average Ghanaian no one tears here.
All right.
Young fan say waji MTN quick loan. Waji bank and so loan.
Yes.
Na wasan so akwakoji a mortgage a dime loan.
Yes.
Oye adwuma wo despite media. Yenim baby a oye adwuma bosome so a yetua woka. Eti o bank a yetua o salary etumu no bosome so a mortgage for no beti omo de. Your friend is say
quick loan for
so beti omo de obi atene de ebeto mumu a yete ebeto sana akwakoye iti yemfa ne say ebia oji 8,000 Ghana cedis bosome na eka wode ana bese a wabobɔ no every month bia yetetewa 7,500 na chese sika aka wo a obetumi de atwitwa ho 500 cedis sana Ghana eka na akode na akoye.
Yes, in there, so we among
so waka ye GDP ye sika ye wo.
Yes.
Ena eka ye de no ye di ye japade akosi awowa no ya akodu 100%.
Yes, almost.
Na chese ye ton ye niam nyina bosome no krampa. Ye da so deka.
Yes, that was the projection IMF did. And I hear where say you betimi escape and that is the reality. And this anema we call so na aban no twa no ho hwe a enye ye no yetimi ne amanfo negotiate outside ema omote ase atwetwe ndema no kwa animu na Abeiku na space na yenya no kwa na enso.
How many years
there were here
my space for
it depended a individual engagement with China for was a separate discussion, with Paris Club was a separate discussion, with your first a commercial space a Honor Sicano Sono 13.1 no omokra na ebinum so omonte ase
enti enye se ekana ye de no mo de ache ye
no we are fight
Omama emre
ebinom
say yemfantua ebi up to 2027
yes na so ko ni nanim and as wo hwe your friend say commercial space na Eurobond for na ebinom kwa antia say coupon no the usa coupon no e wo there and those who are willing to sell for a better way no they did it and yenya two groups our finance minister team no motena say omodo mote ase say okay ye twa kwa nimu but we see adeba ko a ewo your friend saying bond hono say yenya moka and it's the safest investment you can get anywhere because udusika koto stock because of your friends saying economic fluctuations na say for no betimi aboka betimi anya sika but bond no fairly stable and to be ade sika be ya ade because we say unya coupon rate na unya what time all that you do is to wait. I don't know, but unfortunately for the first time in Ghana no we have to vary the terms with amount for matter coupon. Now omuwinu twetwe kwa animu na eba otwe kwa animu so you should know say the rate will change you have to pay more. These are information they don't even throw out there. And again yes I never were externally we no makacha space wasn't enough, then we have to come home and do debt restructuring. Now what say one bebre e wo kroma say for the last 30 years e bin see that seg aban sika onya na ya individuals na ide omusika bo aban bosia obi better treasure bill obi di sika kwakoye ye fence fixed deposit na so sika na Ghana for sika ya de bo aban bosia So when the government decided to do this debt restructuring, what it means say unia odu sika akoye sa anema no bia government cannot pay. So you need to renegotiate the terms with government. Sabe ya be or principal we no kwa animu sabe ya ban benya space. Now unim say kroma yeti nipa dodo omodo musika ye sa ankrofo ni nyina dodo na pensioners. I be a 60 years 50 70 years 80 years. Ghana has all had the health conditions of people out yaba retirement. Clearly you know say esa wo da duro so sa
enti sa pensioners na omokoto bond no sa umusika ni nyina no Cecilia, ya train emrena ibitua mo mna kwa echi.
Exactly. And that is why you saw the agitation. Yenya former your friend is saying Chief Justice. A man now did demonstration and so I said because these are people when you need that. I will hear the seeker to buy the diabetic hypertension drugs. Sabi you believe and you chukwa anymore. A death sentence now their money panel.
Okay. Ya tese Senate so na omo kase Senate contribution. Omo beju omo lamsam no just ombe start here from 2027. Ehono so net say.
I think sir, you see the whole concept of SNET, you know, you are getting it wrong. And over the years, you know, I think say focus, you know, in young course, you judge some individuals and a multi-board room and making certain reckless financial decisions. At the end of the day, you know, affecting majority of the people out there. Abeiku, how can few people sit in a boardroom and decide say assets are such an institutions or torn because nearman when in some more can in the first place in some more can now hear your friend saying papers and documents are available and they communicated differently. But these people took a decision that because Senate and nearman they are selling off the assets. Now what beside was a management more managing. What are some of the initiative for more ankasadia go akwemu sabe ya sika na mode ye no investment in a bit me repeat dividends because me I can sit here and tell you say we kwan ya fa so ya invest Senate sika na kwan ya fa so ya we ya you are creating room for a man for so any reckless decisions be on take bia then they go and invest the money and I don't know the day or minor running loss and the people out there no of corner check the amount of money and some of the way or more messy up with people's money we show and sika we ya kan enya asika fo sika o eye Ghana fo ahia fo sika teacher ni out in the class asabi o kira da yate na kakra you expect to say this money will be invested somewhere sabi obenya bibia free no sa nema we nyina ya buye na gu so ena ma Senate na kwa ba bia wie no but you see one thing I can ho ne say nyansa bia anim say obi be make Senate contribution na nipa na betena se di hia kopensa just say okọ pension ansa is the reason why I bought into the idea suggestion by President Mahama o can say Senate no after some years you can apply for some of your money. Because how can I do a straight contribution? Next is a retirement. Ebi ana manya yare. Ebi ana condition ame wo ene kra no. Nema nkoye. Do I need to wait? Abra ebi asasi kare men second bia I can survive today. We say nyansa bia anim.
Enti as I see a co-parliament near co-amend this act na.
Oh, we really need to. You see, these are policy decisions that the president will have to make.
Okay.
We're making that particular promise. So I think, say, apart from say you put certain stringent measures in place, just to ensure, say, when you first you invest in it, some decisions will not be left to the discretion of few individuals in the board.
Honorable Osafuma for Nebana Daso Ewo.
Oh, Oshaho.
Odaso as the Director General of Senate.
Yes.
Odaso.
What is that officially? It's a statement by Mabonzi say you know. So he's still there.
Mebao. Honorable Osafuma for Nebana Oye ya appointing Senate Director General.
Yes.
Omuyi Mr. Tenkran fi ono omobe ne Director General.
Yes.
Odaso Director General of Senate.
Yes, until the president comes out with a letter to revoke the appointment.
And that 27 General Odaso.
Yes, he's there.
Tisade na Maxwell Kofijuma ewo Gihok no.
Yes.
Ono so daso.
He's still there.
Na say they are appointing no oko.
But he's still there. So until so officially
na say opea. Say Osafoma for ban opea.
Obetumi resign.
Oh
yes.
But on resign it. It bosumi yebetua neka. It kopim say abayin ebeyi nadino obaji busuni aketua sa
obaje draw salary every day. That is the funny situation we find ourselves in.
we di Director General Ekufuado time
Adaba
Mahama time odaso wo Senate Director General.
Yes, we are paying him.
Honorable Osafoma Afobano, or that's all.
He's there.
On that's wasn't it?
Yes.
On resigning.
David. Now black man do not say no more resigning.
It me bow. Philip friends Ernest Addison, Bank of Ghana, governor
he's still there.
Bosumi general obeji salary.
President will revoke appointment and they are still there until the president revoke the appointment.
But obeko.
Opa bet me resign.
Eti omoda so obeji salary.
Oh, na so ya adwuma oje.
Bank of Ghana governor Bosumi ebetu aneka.
Obeji. Waji
salary Akufo-Addo time still Mahama buy order so salary.
So na governor.
Yenya governor fufuro. Yenya obi a. Hey, any President Mahama appointments na edoso paw. Anyway, Ora Felix Ofosu-Kwakye oye government, minister designate for communication.
Okay.
Akasa. I say by the end of February, that is next month, Ghana will need to pay a staggering $6.1 billion.
Yeah. And
next year, your debt servicing figure no, ebeko akwa kodu $180 billion.
Yeah.
The meaning February $6.1 billion no. February and the meaning baby President Ibenya Saskanefi. I don't know sika eda a buying coffers musisi minim. But I stand to be corrected.
No, so sika no he, because President Mahama caught 2016. You know very well that there were funds na odi atoha na sika wom.
It is this guy saying in the war.
I can't what say.
It is here in this kabia wom.
Na sika no na sika wan kana mo bobo sia.
Transition for no econo. Transition team former government. Omo anche say omo ya mo baji ye wo $800 billion. Ewa ha ya we eda ha oma masa report no
Abeiku mo kan yanka obete ye gina na yete de yete ye ne say energy ye stock aka 5 hours so then na eka 700 and something de gu ho nothing. Hey, now go for omo ase omo se omo nim sika di we omo di sika be gu ho mo aba befa. They won't do that.
Etu omo enje sika.
Oh, sika be kai ho na revenue na ya jejejeje and na IMF
I know the taxes here.
And the mistake IMF did ne say your friends say Russia among the sandy sika ni nyina buy within a short period ema ya omu waste sika na sana mo kon. That is a problem, and that is a car sanda so ayese aba service.
IMF omu tranche sika no de buy na san.
Yes, the period no, I think say aka one tranche or something, because the period no na it's really short.
3 tranches.
Yes,
first tranche by
second
and a second by I think the second tranche before election hono.
Yes. November, December,
and on the second tranche,
yes. So third tranche,
it is second. IMF second tranche scan over by Asan. Oh no, I want clarification.
And I make us say, Sikano transition team na ekona na say discussion na ekoso no. What a fund be as sika be them, because and I remember example say na any stabilization fund na sika wom. Now your sinking fund, Nasika. These are funds the president could tell you is a major $250 million. Major room, such fund no. What is it, baby? There is no money anywhere. See, on mine will have money because every day biano we are taking taxes and then as for those are fresh money, are current. We are Airbus system. But sika be a baby. Now you sika the baby anke Yakobo Bosia. Pekwan ye fa so yakobo IMF bosia no ya nante ankose yakobo bosia ya kwa na the ambulance in pay the achi, because there was no any weight biano was going to put us in problem.
Okay, so
in trouble.
Ora Felix Ofosu-Kwakye ekase. This is for a country whose budget is slightly above 200 billion. Into your budget 200 billion. You tia by next year. Yetia eka 180 billion.
I think that it makes sense because and I make a choice for the past 3 years in don't forget say you declare bankruptcy, so we are not paying our debt. Post-COVID, Ghana is the second country in your part of the world to declare bankruptcy after Zambia. And a common framework now. IMF, a share, and the World Bank, a share, mine, so post-COVID after home no. Some men can for what I catch and say, a proud nation. So he didn't go for the common framework now. Now, okay, yeah, because IMF was going to say negotiation and China and as a 4 year no. Sanka Yatia and Kaya call common framework no so IMF program no could have taken care of those particular things because Omama for debt relief. But at that time, you see a proud nation. Yeah, no, young fair home was a near manum.
It is a car, ye dear Cecilia, minimum cry 100 billion Ghana cedis.
Any a pay year, some now can know. Hey, now that's an Asanka Neka. 100 billion, they say a neka. And no, and I make us say, now your service here debt 50 billion. A year debt, Nankasana amortization as for account 50 billion per year. And I declare bankruptcy, we are not paying. And now, Bobabe, now cannot require any more interest in us for Babetoso and several other financial commitments that we have to make. And then I can't quite any more as I can area because you never can say, oh, don't worry, next year, but yeah, because you say next year, no, nearby. So the president, Mahama, what he has to do is say, Sentinel was setting up economic forum team in as a foreigner. You need to go and engage them because as there is nowhere being out here.
I met Dr. Ishmael Yamsing over the weekend.
All right.
A economic management team no. Amono mobile better strategy better say ibitua na say yintua.
They don't bet me and say just to engage them, external creditors, and then have renegotiation. They better terms. They build investor confidence. Sebaya say ratings no dey guya so jank no. Omo nyem free so.
I can't still a ibitua.
Can't obitua. So wuntumi nkasa wuntua because one thing about these things is say who default na wantua Ghana ya wajapade ya outside
ombefa
ya wadan we UK US and other places they will just go to the court and then take it okay say Regina House your friend say UK Central UK we for some more your friend say that oil company na say for and say wantua obi ano no problem who wajapade ya baton na fe ya defer those things so kasa I think say the team will have to engage because China for ya we need to just engage them. The
expectations of Ghanaians are a lot.
Yeah.
And I think at this point in time, we cannot afford to fail Ghana for.
Of course.
And Ghana for will not forgive anybody, irrespective of Baby Ufriba. I think the ultimate goal is one, just to make sure that we fix this country and move on. And I think that expectation, Nipa Omonya Kwenya to serve in the new government, should be reminded. Say it's not business as usual. Said the BIC Kano, Ghana for a few more than governance and public enterprise. Everybody is involved. First, I say a giant money pack a crabby or file certificate, kind of stuff, but then the scope has widened. A lot of people have come into the political space. Be a Sebi school that they understand the issues. So to me, children as a forum. And I think the Nina Boa my shaping the discourse be able to make better governance. And I think that is all that you rooting for. Sabia near Mabekoye. Yeah.
I see. You have issues now about the dorsal. But as of for J, so the Abba Scholarship Secretariat, yes, Oya administrator, yeah, Koku as of for J, yes, as of for J, or a friend to the station, Oba Krabiano Wakwenya, Oba Pampasonti, say, ono so, Mause, Amafo posted or no posty. Say order President Mahama say Tiasavaji, congratulations. Why there Jumani there Wabobi pa Ghana food nim Juma yeah from Ashanti region. How difficult it is for your party to make waves honum because Ashanti region we are in this year seminar very strong when in your dia untimi one here bomb crab bunti Asavaji, congratulations to you. You are very hard working. Personality, watch all the years or communication, super fantastic. Onco radio, so enkasa without facts, okasa with facts. It's in a member states. Na officially, Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, ECOWAS accepted. Sa amai miesa. Woman say woman person woman ECOWAS ebe call na kra na biem. So woman this application it to yinim niesi o Mali, yinim niesi o Niger, ɛne nim ne yɛsi Burkina Faso nti 16 member countries or states are about together forming the ECOWAS no. 3 of them officially withdraw. Kyerɛ sɛ yɛde amanebɔ ɛma na nkɔmmɔ bi kɔ so a mate sɛ ECOWAS pɛ sɛ wɔn ne President Mama kasa na wɔne aman mmiɛnsa ɛnso so ɛdi nkɔmmɔ hwɛ sɛ wɔn bɛtumi aresɛne wɔn decision na wɔn return back. I don't know how our conversation be started here, but Ivan, you have we shall share the implications about my ECOWAS.
I think it's really sad. Say you be waking up to such a news. It's quite unfortunate because in situation like this, I'm not sure say there is a winner. And there are a number of questions underlying we are as a yetana sininya daje na yeka ho asem. ECOWAS economic cooperation, one of the major we are that particular organization coming to force. One of the way economically how our countries in Africa no yebetime cooperate among ourselves, yetime trade among us. But no krano so we have trade barriers exist among us. Clearly it shows that objective till date hasn't been able to actualize. Then watching you come to the political arena, one of the your friends say in crucial aspect and also a boasebe politically you betimi coexist na ya coming up a form certain alliance a betimi aboa ye growth na se for so what na we critical analysis into ECOWAS the formation goals objective vision na se for nyina na what na analyze here you come to a certain radical conclusion say Sanya no nyina no abaye secondary to the organization because none and abetimi atena higher bold enough akase yetimi actualize it because you see these countries opting to get out of ECOWAS wasn't an event just people just wake up a day and say oh yeah get it out me no te kroma ya kan ya abahawa ECOWAS na lose focus and track na o condone certain things wonne me yenim se sabe na enkoye for instance we've seen situations democratically elected president in Africa. Your friend say yatu abayi omo they have mandate. Mandate constitutionally what term limit. Also, some of these countries know the day ya go through first term, second term they find a way to massage and maneuver their way to ensure say they are able to your friend saying extend their constitutional limits to give themselves a certain lifeline. Sanema way incur a lot of rough discussion from a lot of people. And at that point, some of us were expecting say ECOWAS as a mother body, will move in situations and scenarios like this and resolve them. Yanim de si Cote d'Ivoire, circumstances lead to the coming of Alassane Ouattara. Yeah. People died. A lot of your friends are man from Ghana and then as a phone. Now the last thing anybody expected from him is to give himself that lifeline. But after 8 years, we saw the hostile attempt to massage and manipulate the constitution and get himself a lifeline. That guy was never sanctioned by ECOWAS, despite all that has happened. Do you know what happened? ECOWAS committee, now he was an integral part of it. At some point in time, your friends a coup d'etat, AC or Dombo ya Krum. Are you aware? Said delegation yes Sunday here to go and speak to the gentleman. That joker was part of the delegation. Now this is somebody who has your friend say what torpedo the constitution and massage giving himself lifeline. Oko extra. There is a coup d'etat somewhere, and you have the gut to send that particular person as an envoy to go and speak to. Do you think they will take you serious? Definitely. So the message was loud and clear, and there are several instances, several other countries. Akwaya Dombo ya Kokotuni, also the same thing. Alpha condemning as a form wako first time wako second term extended the constitution because not anybody be over that authority and power. Sometimes these are sovereign countries won't mean for but you see the reason why we form these alliances and cooperation is to be able to guide you with certain baseline principles. We know say these are the red lines. There are severe sanctions and near my guha a bit me deter. But when countries realize ECOWAS no cry a white elephant for so be and after all me free my day besi. because the economic cooperation among member states where there will be free flow of goods and services around our borders, you know, and koso. And now we are what Ghana now person won't obi o Africa digra den chance I will know obi o China and then as for digra because that economic cooperation in your mind and a political is a missing kind of so here can a man for a faso a democratic rule komu and nobody is coming out with any consequences for Biana, then members will feel emboldened. ECOWAS no crowd be free, man. What is the worst that can happen? You understand? So I think that is the reason why these countries, you know, I go on that particular way. And Abra Kunusi, no, as a mother body, no, now we were expecting say you see a certain tone, via. That particular way, say, yeah, try to bring these people on board, have some kind of friendly discussions with them because see. You have the right to transit into democratic rule as a forum. But we also saw that particular hostile attempt by ECOWAS. At some point, they were even deliberating say a soldier for air sa minus so. And no man penny na why you could na you too no free. You see, some of these things were just childish. Saying options and alternatives that ECOWAS was actually preempting to take. In the end, you know, Nina Kwankosi aga. And Ababeduru said these countries who said there is nothing that ECOWAS can do, and their membership nan kasano krano represented nothing socially or often nothing politically. There is absolutely nothing politically. No, it doesn't benefit them because after all, being a member of ECOWAS over these years, you know, me tenase na me counting me gains, na me counting me losses, and if I'm unable to do anything, watch it. Getting out of it, you know, me lose share. And I think that is the reason why these things are happening. And they are very dangerous. You see, now no make cultural business. Oh, here the geopolitical arena in there. There are emerging forces. And then the unipolar power now, man for say the people are calling say duopoly, some are even your friends say tripoly. China, Russia, America. These countries are looking for allies. Then as a forum. So such sharp breaks within our ranks, you know, will definitely draw these people in. Okay. Go back and check how China Atimia infiltrated deep into Africa. And the kind of ties they've been able to build with some countries. And who said the Wagner Group, some terrorist organization within Russia Federation, and sometimes they were within your friend is Africa. I want to know or more boss some of the countries who buying. They were invited by these guys. So Africa as a territory, you know, the partition now, of course, and they are coming back, sharing Africa among the global superpowers because they know say we have your friend say the natural resources in as a forum. Say your banner or number for me. Alliance we will get Niger quite recently Wagner Group no buy no. Are you aware say I want to know move or supervise gold need to win as a phone now? And do you think they will go free? That's a phone. So some of these sharp division among ourselves, no, and to me why Oko Wester. Look at how America and the Western allies have been able to, you know, cooperate or more benefited. They are dominating the world and now call Russia to see our national start here build the alliance with the colleagues and then as a forum because that is the only way. Recently we had this BRICS. And also ever up. Ninja economic organization people are just trying to put together a certain united front. I'll bet me a push it through to get whatever that they want. Africa, you see lessons. You see young free when you know as a continent. Yeah, so rich. We have all that at stake. So what now where the Africa your land size? I do know that Africa is 3 times bigger than the whole of Europe. Yeah. Are you aware? Bigger. 3 times bigger than Europe. When they come to natural resources, they don't even have half because Europe are some of the humanity so. Yeah. And then when they come to human resource, the whole world, there is no single country when it comes to your friends saying human resources are because country the whole world our fertility rate are high. Yeah. One woman averagely 7 children. You can imagine. But what do we see? Watch it. Niger for no. That is the point I'm coming. One of my one thing I be share crack to na opian nadia or sort to nadia and what be say akra wadi 18 years or to nadia dia kwa hefa. But there is no future for that person in his country. When that country is blessed with abundant natural resources, and that's for them. So ECOWAS, dear Ben, what me a massa, and no share crab on things, so no beside ECOWAS. They don't even have anything to tell you. Because there is nothing sensible. I will be a bit me, so I can say ECOWAS intervention in the near my oye, you know, yes, so they are benefiting here. And I think it's a lesson people need to sit back. It's not a matter of President Mahama engaging them and then bringing them on board. It is about addressing the fundamental issues now that has to be addressed. Ama some member state lose faith in ECOWAS. Ama some member state any trust our institution. How do we bring that particular team back? Now share your focus. How members will benefit. Now so organization na watch a sometimes losing the membership one kasakwa we yemsi show meboa. But who knew that organization ye be free man. So ordinary, you expect that these countries when anka ECOWAS more free, no makopacho. But there are very people withdrawing. It means that they don't see any benefit being part of the organization. You understand? So it's not about going to talk to them to bring them back. No, it is about addressing the fundamental issues. Now our grounds now we some of these things. How are resources, both natural and human? Now so turning into some kind of something good. Now you are benefited. Not constitutional. You find that in case na obia sorry now a massage constitution to get away. Obi to me imprison the political opponent for no apparent reason. There is no upper power be free be back to exert power and influence. We say and this is say now and then as for we've seen the UN in recent times. Ultimately exert certain power and authority. You may say enough. But we see those things, and these things are in place just to ensure, say, your friends in these countries, it may enya some leeway be. Yet, African leaders are yes, some call international criminal court. Yaku do masa jail. Can you count them? A number of them. But there are other foreign leaders out there. More committing a lot of crimes. Abroad there. No high so. What was Obiakwa Jina Hague? Say you do not because some of the superpowers, they've not even ratified a treaty. America, you can't invite the American president to come up here because treaty nuclear ratify and then as a forum. So that uniformity is not there. ECOWAS, because papa economic na yes, a power and as a forum no. And one there was a time ECOWAS got a meeting. Phone a good meeting. I say, we are mistake. Now Kofa will be back now. Be ma. Emilia. And no abe huno munoche. We are pharmacy.
Anthony, okay. Anthony.
Minia.
Na bibi abokode.
Yamina de modache. Me for sure. Mose.
Nyame adom ho pa. Ivan Innocent say ECOWAS nkwakрафo no mu committee as no for we bag out to me say as a BP adoni no so mana.
Akufo-Addo to all members of the pro-LGBTQI cabal in all arms of government, shame on you. Bow your heads in disdain. Our children and grandchildren will remember you for all the wrong reasons. The lion emoji and the Ghana flag. And then there's a picture of the scales of justice along with it. Thank you.
No, not. Right. Honorable Sam Gorge.
Mr. Chairman.
On what date did you make this post?
19th of November, 2024, Chairman.
At the time you made this post, the court had already given a date for judgment in this matter, correct?
Mr. Chairman, if my memory serves me right, I made this post on the day that the courts decided that they would give judgment after the elections on December 7th, that they will give judgment on the 18th. And that's what premised me saying they will go to any length to protect President Akufo-Addo from signing the bill.
Honorable Sam Gorge, respectfully, the Supreme Court is an independent constitutional body. Do you believe in that?
On the face of the paper, it ought to be.
The Supreme Court of Ghana, through its actions, determinations of matters, is practically independent of the executive. Do you believe in that?
Based on the doctrine of separation of powers, yes.
At the time you made this post, what was your basis for saying that the Supreme Court sees Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as its demigod? What informed that?
I reached this conclusion on the basis that the Supreme Court had the power to hear this matter and give judgment before the elections, but chose to do so after the elections. And that's what brought me to this conclusion.
So, you mean all the judges who were on the panel had one thing in mind, to protect Akufo-Addo, merely because they gave a date which is after the election. Is that your point?
Mr. Chairman, I have not made reference to all the judges of the court. I referenced the Chief Justice. She had the power to fix the date. She was president of the panel, so she determined the date.
Are you aware that the Chief Justice was not a member of the panel at the time you made this post? Are you aware?
Mr. Chairman, that is not correct.
Honorable Sam Gorge, would you be surprised? Okay, so if you come to the conclusion, or if I bring you evidence that the Chief Justice was not a member of the panel on the said date that you wrote this your post, would you retract this?
Mr. Chairman, I will be a man of integrity and retract this if there is evidence, which I know doesn't exist, that the Chief Justice was not part of the panel, because she had been on the panel as far back as July, and this was done on the 19th of November. She had always been a part of the panel. But if there is evidence that shows that she wasn't part of it, I'll do the honorable thing.
Honorable Sam Gorge.
The Chairman.
At the time you made this your post, had you really done your checks to know who constituted the panel?
Mr. Chairman, as far as I was aware, and like I said, even on the 18th of July, as far back as the 18th of July.
We are on the, wait. I want us to.
Honorable, with all due respect, when you ask a question and the nominee is providing the answer, let's allow the nominee to land with the answer, then you can follow up with another question.
Thank you, Chairman. Please, I am on the 19th November post. That 19th November post, was it after the court hearing, or it was the very day the court gave a date for its judgment?
Mr. Chairman, I don't really recall.
Were you in court yourself?
No, Mr. Chairman.
But you became aware that on the said date, the court had given a date, 18th December, for its final ruling on the matter?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it was reported in the news.
Based on the news reportage, you attacked the Chief Justice, correct? Because of your belief that the Chief Justice was a president of the panel, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Now, did you become aware? Did you become? Roxy,
let me ask
Chairman,
I want to ask a follow-up question.
Chairman,
I want to ask a follow-up question.
Chairman,
Honorable Leader, I want a follow-up question.
Let me take a deep breath. Let me take a deep breath.
Honorable nominee, did you attack the Chief Justice?
No. Like I've stated constantly before this committee, I have criticized her constructively. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee, please, the document you have before you, please read it one more time. Let's deal with some aspect of it again.
Clearly, the Supreme Court, led by the Chief Justice, will do everything in their power to protect their demigod, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, from signing the Family Values Bill. The CJ should be ashamed of herself after preaching against such vices in ICGC and failing to walk her talk and take a stand when it matters most. Such characters are the ones our Lord Jesus Christ chased out of the temple with a whip. From President Akufo-Addo to all members of the pro-LGBTQI cabal in all arms of government, shame on you. Bow your heads in disdain. Our children and grandchildren will remember you for all the wrong reasons.
Would you want to retract this post?
No, Mr. Chairman.
If you become aware that Her Ladyship Lovelace Johnson was the president of the panel and that the Chief Justice was not a member of the panel in any way, would you retract the post?
Mr. Chairman, I'm fully aware that when I read the judgment, Her Lady Justice Lovelace Johnson was the lead of the panel. That doesn't take away the powers of the Chief Justice in ensuring the speedy dispensation and discharge of justice.
When you read the judgment, did you see the Chief Justice's name as being part of the panel?
No, Mr. Chairman.
So, in your view, the fact that the court had given 18th December dates amounted to they being in collision with the President of the Republic at the time, correct?
Honorable Leader, I recognize Roxanne Nelson Zafamakpo on supplementary.
No, but Chairman,
he will come back to your question.
Chairman, with respect, I have asked my question. Let him answer. I have all the patience for these proceedings. If my respected friend, who had his turn, and I never interfered with this supplementary, is now taking advantage to say that he is now doing follow-up, so be it. You are the chair.
Proceed to answer the question, then I will allow his follow-up.
Can he please repeat the question?
All members, order. Honorable Leader, once the nominee is requesting you to repeat your question, and the question is going to be repeated for an answer, let me take the supplementary question on the earlier answer, then I will come to you to repeat the question.
Chairman, thank you very much. Honorable nominee, you, about 2 hours ago, when the leader, the minority leader, took you on this path, you told the committee that you made this statement and others at the time when the motion or notice for interlocutory injunction was heard by the Supreme Court. That panel presided by Her Ladyship the CJ, but ruling deferred by the court to the final determination of the matter. That was your answer. Do you still stand by it?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
To place the matters in context.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Now, Chairman, let me seize the opportunity to ask McCain. How long has it to go?
Honorable, you are entitled to one follow-up question.
Thank you very much.
Please, you've asked your follow-up question.
Every time you want to.
Honorable nominee, you had earlier on indicated that should you come to the realization that the Chief Justice was not part of the final judgment in the matter in issue, you will pull down or retract the post you made on the 19th of November. Do you maintain that?
Mr. Chairman, can I, in answering this question, read the second paragraph of my post? The CJ should be ashamed of herself after preaching against such vices in ICGC and failing to walk her talk and take a stand when it matters most. Context. She had heard the injunction case, deferred ruling because she wanted to get the benefit of understanding the substantive case. When that time came, she walked away from it. I am a man of deep faith. My faith will never waver when it comes to my principles on homosexuality as a Christian. She passed the buck when she had to take a stance when it mattered most. And that's why I continue to say, such characters are the ones our Lord Jesus Christ chased out of a temple with a whip. So it's context. Thank you.
Let's stay on context. Do you know that our faith, as we exercise it, and the law do not operate on the same level? Do you know that?
Yes, I do.
So it would be unfair to attack a judge in a matter of law merely because of the faith she professes.
Mr. Chairman, I did not attack. I criticized. Thank you.
Would you agree with me that it would be unfair to criticize a judge sitting in a court of law for exercising her discretion in law merely because of her faith?
If that judge is also a lay preacher, I would expect that her judgment will be influenced by her calling and by her faith.
Very well. Let me, Chairman, let me take him to the next thing. Hello?
So, I'm a judge. Then,
Honorable nominee, I have given Hello, Honorable nominee.
Yes, Chairman.
I have given you a document, a paper. Please read it aloud to the end. I've written something there on top with a pen.
Chairman, with the greatest of respect, this document is not one authored by me. It is Act 1, Scene 1 from Macbeth.
That is correct. That is correct.
I don't know if it is within my place to request from the chairman the relevance of reading Macbeth as the Minister for Communications, Digital Technology and Innovations. Let me see the document.
Honorable Leader, once the document is not emanating from the nominee, accordingly, he's not supposed to answer any question based on it.
Chairman with respect. Chairman with respect. Chairman with respect.
Honorable Leader, you know the position of the law, that if you are not the author of a document, you are not responsible for the content of the document, and as such, you cannot be asked to answer questions based on a document of which you are not the author.
Chairman, I have not asked him a question. Perhaps the lawyers on this table may assist me. I can make mistakes, and I'm ready to learn. We are allowed to lay a foundation. Around this table, we've laid foundation with constitutional documents, with media publications. In fact, we laid a foundation at the commencement of my questions with St. Francis of Assisi prayer. He read it out. He read it, he has it right here. So a document that is being read to lay a foundation to mount a question is allowed. I don't know why you are.
Honorable Leader, Minority Leader, Honorable, my learned friend, we all know the rules of the game. You haven't asked any question, but you asked the nominee to take a look at a document. And the answer from the nominee is to the effect that I am not the author of the document you are asking me to take a look at.
Okay. So, no, Chairman. The proper form. Chairman, like I said, we will continue to learn. Honorable nominee, please, you have an extract from Macbeth before you, correct?
That's correct.
Please read the relevant provisions there as in your hand.
I do not know, Mr. Chairman, what is relevant. This is about 29 lines.
You see, Honorable nominee, hold it. For us to know the relevance of what you are asking him to read, you need to ask a question, since he is saying that he didn't author what you are asking him to read. So why would you be asking him a further question when he expressly told you that the document you are giving me, I am not the author? He is not the author. So my learned friend, with all due respect, once the answer from the nominee is that you give me a document, but I am not the author of the document, it's about telling you I don't know anything about this document. I beg you, with all due respect. I am therefore unable to allow him to answer a question based on the document that you have given him.
Chairman, I have asked him to read the content of what I've given him. I've not asked him a question yet, but like I said, if you are overruling my request for him to read the content to enable me as the relevant questions, if you're overruling me, I will abide by your ruling. I don't need to stretch it. I will abide by your ruling. Because I need to lay a foundation, I know he's not the author. That is why I referred to it, to enable me mount the question. But if you hold a view that I cannot even rely on it to ask my question, that is fair enough. I will respect your ruling. I will not challenge you.
That is my ruling accordingly.
Very well.
Bring the document back.
Mr. Chairman, can I please crave your indulgence to make just a statement? I just want to use this opportunity to apologize to my chiefs who have been sitting here since 7 a.m. based on the notice. Neneme, nyeme, ipanyepe, chapi miningepe, munyuna ngimbi, majenya, nyechumka. Thank you.
Chairman, with respect, the nominee has made certain public statements. I need to ask him certain questions based on those statements he's made on TV and all. I, with your leave, made them available to the clerk, to the committee. So we shall proceed to watch the videos and then would ask the questions one after the other on it. The clerk to the committee was provided with it, and we did this arrangement before the hearing. So please set the technology in place for us to watch the video. Thank you.
He's a Muslim by day, a Christian by night. A religious prostitute cannot be our president. All right, okay. He's a Muslim by day, a Christian by night. A religious prostitute cannot be our president. All right, okay. He's a Muslim by day, a Christian by night. A religious prostitute cannot be our president. All right, okay.
Honorable nominee, you described the Vice President Mahamudu Bawumia as a religious prostitute. Do you stand by what you said at the time? Do you stand by it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
On what basis do you describe Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia as a religious prostitute?
Mr. Chairman, I think I was in the spirit when I made those comments because they were prophetic. He never became president because I said someone who carried out his faith in that manner will never become president, and he didn't become president. So I believe that I was under the unction of the Holy Spirit at the time. But the basis for that was that then Vice President Mahmoud Bawumia sought to tell us that he was a member of the Boys Brigade. The method is Boys Brigade.
Please, you've answered the question that you were in the spirit. Order.
Honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
Had you heard exactly what the Vice President had said in respect of his relationship with the Boys Brigade as a child? Had you heard exactly what he said, the basis upon which you made this statement?
Mr. Chairman, you know, the ranking member is a Catholic. He's an Orthodox. I'm a charismatic. There are things of the Spirit that he may not understand. And so it may be impossible for me to explain when the Spirit takes over you and you speak and work under the unction how to explain it. Thank you.
Honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
They don't understand the spirit. Catholics.
I have heard you. Are you therefore saying that led by the Holy Spirit?
Honorable member, can you do as the honorable thing by retracting the aspect of you saying you are charismatic, he's a Catholic?
Or it's of a different faith.
So it's of a different faith.
If it pleases the chairman, but I thought these were issues of fact. But if it pleases the chairman,
Please.
If it pleases the chairman, I withdraw.
Please. Statement withdrawn. Let's make progress.
Please, the technology controller, next video.
The reset of Ghana. A vote for John Mahama is a vote to protect our culture, to protect our family values. A vote for Bawumia and Napo is a vote for homosexuality, is a vote for comprehensive sexuality education, and Ghanaians say no to Trumu Trumu, no to Trumu Trumu, no to Trumu Trumu. We need John Dramani Mahama to come and sign the bill into law. Ayazu, if you love the children of Ghana, if you love our family values, if you love your faith as a Christian, if you love your faith as a Muslim, if you love your faith even as a traditionalist, you know that we do not support homosexuality. Napo must account and go to the Pope.
Yes, honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
Did you have any basis to say that the Vice President of the Republic, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, as he then was seeking to be the president of Ghana to promote homosexuality?
Mr. Chairman, I said a vote for them will be a vote for that.
Do you, in your present circumstance, still maintain that statement you made?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Had you any reason to believe that Dr. Bawumia was seeking office to promote homosexuality as you described?
Mr. Chairman, in the tape, I don't make reference to only Dr. Bawumia. I make reference to his running mate, Matthew Opoku Prempeh, as well. And there's basis for that.
So you had reason to say that Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh was seeking for the high office of Vice President of the Republic to promote homosexuality?
I was speaking to his track record, Mr. Chairman.
What is his track record?
Mr. Chairman, as Minister for Education, he oversaw the attempted introduction of comprehensive sexuality education into our country and proceeded to a meeting, a UNESCO meeting of African ministers of education, where he gleefully spoke about the benefits of introducing sexuality education into African curricula. That video is available. We can pull it up and make it available to the committee.
Honorable nominee, you said he presided over an attempted introduction of homosexuality.
Of comprehensive sexuality education. That's what I said, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a difference between comprehensive sexuality education and homosexuality? Is there a difference or they are the same?
One is an educational material that teaches on homosexuality. Homosexuality, on the other hand, is an act.
So you are saying that he presided over an attempt.
Thanks to the traditional rulers of our country and the moral religious authorities who rose up in righteous indignation, but for them, he would have succeeded.
Honorable nominee, I am suggesting to you Matthew Poku Prempe, then as education minister, is inaccurate. I'm suggesting that to you.
The facts available to me prove the other.
Please, next video.
People say that I've been saying to a few friends that people say that politicians steal from the public purse. The Nana Akufo-Addo Bawumia government did not steal from the public purse. They stole the purse. I've been saying to a few friends that people say that politicians steal from the public purse. The Nana Akufo-Addo Bawumia government did not steal from the public purse. They stole the purse.
No problem. Hello, honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
You have just watched the video. Would you want to explain what you mean by Nana Akufo-Addo did not steal from the public purse, but he actually stole the purse? Would you explain what you meant by that? And after that, let the public know whether you still stand by that statement or you seek to retract.
Mr. Chairman, before I answer, may I seek leave of you to know how many minutes I have to answer this question? Because I have a litany of over 700 corruption scandals under President Akufo-Addo that I will list systematically and explain each one to show Ghanaians how President Akufo-Addo and his government stole the public purse.
Honorable nominee, the question is, do you stand by it or not?
The question was twofold. So, do I stand by it? Yes. Why did I say it? That's what I'm asking for. How many minutes or hours you give to me to run through 700 corruption scandals under President Akufo-Addo?
Chairman, if the nominee so pleases with his evidence against Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and he wants to proceed, it is within his right to proceed. Proceed. That's fine. Proceed.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, looking at the time, I'm unable to allow the witness or the nominee to be proceeding with over 700 evidence that he is having. So instead, I will urge upon the nominee to make it available for the committee.
Chairman, in view of your earlier ruling, I will be happy to receive all that evidence so that as a house and as part of the proceedings upon receipt, those individuals who were involved in those corrupt practices will then appear before us for us to interrogate the issues, because this is an important matter. So there's no problem at all. We will be happy to receive that. Next video, please.
How many minutes would it take you to stating it?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not just going to state, I'm going to explain, so I'll need about 4.5 hours.
I'm asking you to state. I'm not asking you to give explanation. Can you state it?
Mr. Chairman, just stating it and not explaining it will not do justice to me. So then, if you won't allow me time to explain them, for the Ghanaian people to understand, and there's no need me starting.
Man, I think that he needs 4.5 hours. If it will mean we should come back again tomorrow to continue the exercise, fine. If he has them here, no problem. No, we are here. If he wants to, if he needs to, if he thinks that he has to proceed the 4.5 hours to complete it. If you whatever way, I leave it to chairman. I leave it to chairman to judge.
Please, let's make progress.
Please, next video. Chairman has ruled that he should submit. That's the ruling of the chair. That he should submit the 700 cases of corruption against those individuals so that we deal with it.
But, honourable members, ranking, we've been here for close to 3 hours on your questions alone. Do you have any more further questions?
Chairman.
And how long will you go? How many more questions do you have?
Chairman, we have the video series. Please, let's do the third one.
Chairman, honorable leader, you promised the committee that though you have unlimited questions to ask, you'll be very fair and reasonable. But today, you've asked a question for close to 3 hours.
Okay, Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, we started the day with Honorable Dr. Rashid Purple. I waived my right to ask him any question. I didn't ask any question. We took a second nominee, Honorable Mutala Mohammed. I didn't ask him any question.
But at all material time,
no. Can I?
There was somebody acting for you.
Let's take the next video, please. Honorable nominee.
Mr. Chairman.
You were in that video, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
In that scuffle, Do you think that your role there was most appropriate in the ensuing scuffle?
Mr. Chairman, firstly, I didn't see a scuffle, and secondly, I didn't see any role I played.
Next video.
A misconception has been put out, and you know that's a misconception has been put out, and I listened to that full BBC interview. President Mahama has been clear that he will sign that bill, and he has no option than to sign that bill. President Mahama will know no peace from Sam Gorge until he signs that bill, and he himself has said that to the clergy, that as a Christian, as a member of the Assemblies of God Church, he will sign that bill. In that bill.
Honorable nominee, the president, in a meeting with the clergy, suggested to the clergy that instead of passing a law, it will perhaps help if we rather introduce in our curriculum the teachings of our values in our schools for our kids to appreciate the Ghanaian value system. Do you support that proposition by the president?
Mr. Chairman, this is an incorrect representation of what President Mahama said.
Please, what is the correct representation? Would you want to quote correctly if you hold a view that what I've said is incorrect?
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, can I reciprocate by asking the clerks to send the document I have here, which is a transcript of what President Mahama said, to the ranking member so he can read for the hearing of the public.
Honorable nominee, you don't have such right. Once you are pulling out the document, it is incumbent upon you to read it or you put it back.
I'm guided, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to read the full text of what President Mahama said. Proper human sexual, and then there was laughter. It's quite a long name. Proper Family Values Bill. If you remember, there was a court case that injuncted the Speaker from forwarding it to the President, and also restrained the President from receiving the bill. Eventually, that case was disposed of in December, I think on the 18th or something. Yes, so it meant that the injunction had been cleared, but as far as I know, the bill did not get to the President for assent. So the convention is that all bills that are accented to, that are not accented to, before the expiration of the life of Parliament expires. And so that bill, effectively, is dead. It has expired. I don't know what the promoters of the bill intend to do, but I do think that we should have a conversation on it again, so that all of us, if we decide to move that bill forward, move it forward with a consensus, emphasis mine. And probably, it shouldn't be a private member's bill. It probably should be a government bill, with a government behind it, after consultation with all the stakeholders, to see how we know where to move this forward. But it leads us back to the discussion we had. If we were teaching our values in school, we wouldn't need to pass a bill to enforce, our family values. And that is why I think more than even the family values bill is us agreeing on a curriculum that inculcates these values into our children as they are now growing up, so that we don't need to legislate it. And so we will see how all this goes. So I'm looking forward to this review conference to come to some consensus on some of these issues. Clearly, President Mahama is in support of the bill, but is advising a more holistic view. Apart from passing the legislation, also the reintroduction of our family values into the curriculum of our children. That cannot be a wrong advice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. President said he does not know which part the proponent of the bill would want to have. Tell us which part you, as a proponent of the bill, would want to have.
Mr. Chairman, I answered this question earlier, but because he wasn't around, I will repeat again. My chiefs who authorized me and the people of Ningo Prampram who authorized me to start the sponsorship of the bill still hold the view that the bill is necessary. I will engage with His Excellency the President on the path and the way forward. Either as a private member's bill, where the Attorney General will not delay the bill in 1 year, for 1 year in Parliament by not giving us an opinion, and then, or it will come in as a government bill that will all support and pass, like the Speaker has said, urgently. Thank you.
Now, what will be your reaction should there be an attempt to dilute the current state of the bill as you forcefully proposed for legislation?
Mr. Chairman, the ranking member is my senior in the House, and he knows that we have the process of amendments to introduce whatever opinions and views I hold
Honorable
into a bill.
As we speak right now, there is no bill before the House. That bill has expired.
Mr. Chair, we go to the next video. Technology, we go to the next video.
From 110 polling stations, out of 140, at the end of the election at Okankwe Central Constituency, Patrick Yabuama had 14,949. Abu Baba Abdullahi Sadiq had 15,383.
Mr. Chairman.
Total valid votes.
Mr. Chairman. Whilst, Chairman, let me go off record and tell you what I have to tell you. I mean, out of deference to you.
Honorable Clerk of the Committee, approach the chair. Honourable members, let's make progress.
All right. Chairman, thank you. Honorable nominee, we are having some technical challenge. Whilst that is being resolved, we would ask some other questions so that when the technical challenge is resolved, we can come back to it. So, just
well noted, Mr. Chairman.
Bear with us.
Well noted.
All right. So, let's go to your sector, the independence of your regulators. You may be well aware that global best practices has created an environment where regulators have become increasingly independent. In your view, do you think that the NCA should strive for a full independence, or would you support a policy that would lead to a full autonomy of NCA?
Mr. Chairman, the act that sets up the NCA is about 17 years old. It's way overdue for review. There will be a technical process to review the legislation, and all of that will be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Now, on the issue of quality of service and spectrum access, you are very much aware that citizens are so concerned about quality of service from our mobile operators. The operators themselves have expressed complaints, worries about their lack of access to the spectrum and frequencies. Assuming that office as a sector minister, would you commit to providing all the operators with the necessary spectrum and resources to enhance the quality of service, such as the data, voice, and digital services? At least, not to be overambitious, but within your first 120 days in office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, spectrum is a finite national resource. It's not infinite. And so the management of spectrum is critical for the maintenance of balance in the sector. We'll continue to look at maintaining the balance in the ecosystem, maintaining the strength of the sector, and taking direction and leading from His Excellency the President. We'll continue our management of spectrum in a way that ensures proper quality of service for consumer experience, but also ensuring that the businesses are kept afloat. Thank you.
So, some analysts project that Starlink, when fully deployed, will include a cell phone service which makes the world one local area, and it's expected that the existing telcos will suffer massive reduction in their value. Sector Minister, what are your plans regarding Starlink, noting that it is not a local company which can be controlled?
Mr. Chairman, my first obligation, if approved by this House and assume the office of Minister, will be to the businesses domiciled here in Ghana that create Ghanaian jobs. That is where my bias will be to. And so any external business that fails to have presence, that can be held to account by the regulator, and that creates absolutely no jobs in Ghana, will not get the benefit of that office at the expense of our local businesses domiciled here. And so the industry can rest assured. Policy will protect investment. Policy will protect Ghanaian jobs. I thank you.
Now, let's deal with the issue of tax burden. The telco tax burden. Did you get it, please? Sure. So the telco industry, there is this perception that there is successive governments have treated the industry as a cash cow, imposing numerous taxes, including VAT, sales tax, corporate tax, heavy customs duties, national stabilization levies, and various local fees. These financial burdens put together, give and take, about 40% of industry revenue. Of course, your government has pledged a repeal of our law, the e-levy, the overall tax burden of our telcos is said to be disproportional. You are going into the industry. Your policy as a government on taxes, is well known. Are the telcos to have legitimate expectation to have equal benefits as you have promised?
Mr. Chairman, once again, a question I've previously answered, asked by one of the members on the committee, but again, I'll reiterate that the tax burden of 40% applies to one of the MNOs. For the other ones, it's about 27.65%. That's still very high. We're committed to looking at the tax handles, especially the COVID levy in there, and scrapping the COVID levy from the tax handles. But again, this is subject to conversations with my brother, Honorable Atu Forsing, the Minister for Finance. We would look at how we would also deal with the main cost element in the build-up for the delivery of service, which is power. Conversations have started with my brother, Honorable John Jinapo, on what we can do to have an industry tariff like the mining sector has. Thank you.
Let me take you out of your industry just 1 second and bring you back. Sam, you are in public service, right? And you know that this is our industry. We go through a lot of challenges. The last time when Honorable Muntaka was here as Interior Minister, I think in our interaction, I told him that, well, there are matters, Interior Minister nominee, Honorable Muntaka Mubara, I told him that there are matters that we definitely will enter our casket with. You can be accused falsely, and you are in your government, and you are staying, there's some debt on you, and you cannot talk. Going into public office, are you aware that some of such circumstances may come your way?
Mr. Chairman, even as a member of Parliament,
just go straight to it because
yes, I'm aware. Yes, I'm aware.
Okay.
I'm aware.
So, when something happens, hypothetically, it's because there's no such thing, and you hear on radio that Sam Gorge, the communication minister, say NCA, there is some irregularity at NCA. And somebody, because you are a sector minister and the supervisor of that sector, goes on radio to say, yes, Sam Gorge is a beneficiary. How would you feel about that?
It's the hazards of the job.
Hold it. Honorable Minority Leader, with all due respect, I plead with you that after 3 more questions, let's call it a day. On this one.
Oh, okay.
Yes, on Sam Gorge.
Chairman, this evening, my patience is being tested. I pray to God to enable me pass the test. And I definitely will pass it. Chairman, you are aware Chairman, you are aware that we have had a technical hitch on aspects of what the questions, which we are all patiently waiting for the clerk to deal with it. So when we get there and you decide to take away those rights, I won't fault you, but I will proceed.
Honorable member, with all due respect, I'm inclined to discharge the nominee after 3 more questions.
No problem. Chairman, I won't challenge you. If you take a decision, I won't challenge your decision. That's no problem. So, Honorable nominee, in your last answer to me, you had said that should there be an incident at the NCA, an irregularity which becomes a national scandal, somebody from the public accuses the minister of state responsible for the sector. He is a beneficiary. Your answer is that is the hazard of the job. You take it in all its rights. Is that the reason why, without evidence, you accused the former president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, of being a beneficiary of Galamsey activities?
Honorable Leader, this question has been asked and answered. Proceed to ask another question.
Honorable nominee, do you agree with me that to suggest that a public officer has benefited from a wrong or an act of corruption, it will require you to have hard evidence at your disposal?
I'm not aware.
So it is your view that to accuse a public officer of being a beneficiary of corruption, there is no need for evidence at the disposal of you, the individual who is accusing the public officer?
Mr. Chairman, no greater evidence of the corruption in the last administration is needed beyond the results of the last elections. Thank you.
Honorable Leader, please, your last question.
Chairman, at this juncture, let me, with utmost respect to you, protest on the following grounds. One, that you are aware that we have some set of questions, which questions will be mounted on video evidence, which video evidence you and I are aware that the clerk to the committee has explained to us that they are having some technical hitches, which technical hitches they are rectifying. Two, I have indicated to you that I have gotten to his sector questions, which I believe I must have the opportunity to ask. However, if Mr. Chair is of the view that my examination of the nominee be truncated, then I shall protest by not proceeding with the last question that Chairman is imposing upon me, and I will not disturb your discretion.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of questioning. After Minority leader having the floor for over 3 good hours. I would therefore proceed to recognize the guests here to support the nominee, Mr. and Mrs. A.G. George, parents of the nominee, Mrs. Vera George, spouse of the nominee, Pram Traditional Council, led by the Paramount Chief, Ngenge Tete Waka III, Ningo Traditional Council, led by the Senior Divisional Chief, Ngenge Banahini Asime Tete III, Bishop Raymond Aqua, Administrative Bishop, Perez Chapel International, representing His Eminence Archbishop Charles Ajinasari, La Familia, heads of agencies under the Ministry of Communications, Digital Technology Innovations, led by Chief Director, Mr. Alexander Afu, representative of the industry players and NNOs, led by the Chief Executive of the Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications, Engineer Ken Ashigbe, Constituency Executives, NDC, and NDC Party Faithfuls in Ingo Pram, led by Constituency Chairman Alhaji Isa Adamu, Vanguard, Madam Obobia Dako Opoku, and all NDC party supporters. You are all welcome. Honorable Sam Gorge, Honorable nominee, thank you very much for attending upon the committee, and we are grateful for your patience to answer a lot of questions. You are hereby discharged, but we will hear from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Kindly leave the room with your team immediately, and the next nominee should take the chair.
It is because many people don't even have the understanding of the religion that they follow. Because I say, yeah, we meet two mu, me mama a Methodist, me papa a Methodist, until we don't really research. Me papa a Nkramuni, me mama a Nkramuni. So we don't really research and even know about the religion that we are following. And if we research, what are the do's and don'ts of the religion I here follow? No.
Yeah, Dr. Ren, my man can't say when you be a OT be a your friend, Nipa your friend God. Otia sasi we swa. On a ya dear friend discipline. Anything discipline is God. The Akaso be sum yamea. And a obia or ya very and yet discipline is obia or your principal person or same kind you. Metre obia or ya very disciplined. Obi or yet discipline be a godly. And being disciplined is something we the black race you lack it, I'm telling you. We are not disciplined at all. So you see, there is a gap. We can't fail. So we need to change the course. Across the work examination who need the paper at one. Now I say to myself. Be a man and no one see my father. And I'll catch on and say, okay, then let me write my father. Now, in the choir, maybe because myself and my father there say. So and morality na say a leader, you know, a miracle. And yet, because we know, say, naturally we are not disciplined, we cannot do what is required of us to become Christians. And I say, you ever fix it, whatever that is needed. Is the reason why a church na by magic and a miracle.
Is it and also can be nice and they yentimi mompaye my we just yekutua sika so obi mompaye mfamaye obi nya konkyere mfamaye.
Yes, because the etiquette I moral way no ayra eniho. Because these are things you teach. If you go to other countries like your friend said Japan, and then or might be tell Norway, say they are atheists. Majority of the people are atheists. But it is one of the moral society you can find anywhere in the world. So you see that thing. This is an atheist society, but this is one of the most moral society. Oko Japan, how many worship God? Some don't even believe in God.
Omu krade omu papa no edina to the capital city Tokyo no abakwasem kire se emra the Portuguese no ene the Brits no ebo modern ade Christosum ene the Romans ni si Christosum kodu wo no omu hunu se Christosum no a free Europe aba wo mo no bo modern asai wo mo culture enti owura no friend Tokyo the capital city ye de atono no obo modia achi asofofo anu omo apo edi nsemhunu ono no edi nsemu ego contrary against the norms and cultural practices of the Japanese no omi achi wo mtwitwa wo muti enti ye twitwa nkofo over 5,000 evangelists, pastors, preachers and wo Japan ama obebane Christianity any so based on assembly be free no about so if you cannot prove it there or say fa onya mesom no ko and wo bo modern streamline no.
Yes, that last day, few days ago, I had a discussion with a medical doctor friend of mine, very heated arguments. Now, or say Christianity, why and I disagree. The last time I think I made that argument on this particular thing, and I told you, said the best thing that has happened to this world is a religion. But because how perceive and I'm not turn it out to be something different. Because religion, that kind of Christianity.
Thank you very much. Exactly the reason His Excellency the President, in his manifesto for the 2024 general elections, which we're going to be implementing, saw the need to decouple youth from sports. And therefore, we are going to focus a lot more also on other sports that is described as lesser known sports.
Thank you. Oh. One more.
Thank you. You have additional question?
We don't have a problem with it.
Honorable members, I will give the floor
Yes, let me close it up.
to the ranking member and the minority leader.
Honorable nominee, congratulations. Our former minister will have some few questions for you, and then I'm sure I will round it up, and then we'll be done with you. So please indulge him and then take some few questions from him. We really don't have a problem with you. We don't have a problem at all with you. All right? Oh.
Honorable members, order. Order. Honorable Yusuf, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for the opportunity. Honorable Kofi Adams.
Let there be order. Let there be order.
Honorable Kofi Adams, my good friend and brother, first of all, I want to congratulate you on your nomination. As someone, if this August committee and parliament approve
will be succeeding me as the Minister for Sports and Recreation. Honorable nominee, thanks to His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Ghana now have a world-class sporting facilities. One, the aquatic center, which is a world-class, which can be used to host both continental
Honorable
and global.
Sports Minister, do you have a question?
I've just started. I'm just saying that we have.
I overrule you. I'll give the floor to Honorable Shaibu Mahama.
Huh? Can you manage it?
Chairman. No, Chairman.
Honorable nominee. Congratulations, Honorable nominee. Honorable nominee.
Can you imagine?
Honorable nominee.
Chairman.
Honorable nominee.
I'm just referring the nominee to the various sporting facilities that we have constructed, and I'm asking the nominee, how he's going to. I'm a former minister who have supervised the ministry for 4 years, and I'm going to ask my successor questions, and you're asking me I shouldn't ask the questions just because I'm laying down the foundation. Please.
Put on your microphone, you shouldn't go ahead. If he doesn't want anybody to talk, nobody to talk.
The angle you are going is very bad.
What's grateful?
Don't create a problem. We don't have any problem with him.
Honorable nominee, may you listen to me? Honorable nominee, please convince.
Put it on.
Honorable nominee, there are many in the sports fraternity. Ever since your nomination was announced, please convince us, Honorable nominee, many in the sports fraternity over the period, ever since your name was mentioned.
Honorable nominee,
the Honorable Kofi,
I was asking you a question
Adams,
based on the number of sports infrastructure that His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo have constructed for the sports federation of this country. And I was just asking you,
yeah, that's fine.
But you gave me the
opportunity to ask the
question.
Please.
Chairman.
Honorable.
Chairman.
Honorable, do you want me to repeat the question,
Chairman.
Mr. Nominee?
Chairman.
I said initially,
Chairman,
that ever since your name was mentioned as a nominee, many in the sports fraternity doubted. They said that where is Kofi Adams coming from? Please convince. Please convince the sports fraternity that you are up to the task and you are up to the job.
He has the floor.
Thank you.
He has the floor. Why?
Answer.
He has the floor. Former sports minister. You know why? Oh no. Keep talking. Keep talking. Keep talking. Why you allowing this? Keep talking.
That's what I'm saying. He should give.
Keep talking. But how long is that going to take? How long? To lay foundation and allow the man to ask questions? Oh.
No, we won't put it off.
Allow him to ask the question.
Why you put it?
Him.
Are you the one?
Please, ask your question. When you finish, I will look at my left.
Does he take anything away? Does it take anything out? Does it take anything out? No. I think you should be talking.
We are not going anywhere. We are going to be here to ask all the necessary.
No, that was the question. Honorable nominee.
For campaign, we are here to vet the nominee. So if any member who want to ask question but is unable to take guidance from me, I will overrule the person. So, Honorable Shaibu, you have the floor. After that, I can come to Honorable Yusuf.
Most grateful, Honorable Chairman. Honorable nominee, congratulations on a deserved nomination. Indeed, when your name was mentioned, most in the sports fraternity said, oh, you are not part of the sports system. Please convince Ghana and the entire world that you can do the job. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It is the case that some say so, but majority are also very happy that I've been nominated. I will not disappoint Ghanaians, and I will not disappoint His Excellency the President. I will deliver and won't also disappoint myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor to Honorable Yusuf. Please, question.
Thank you so much, Chairman, for the opportunity. And once again, I want to congratulate the nominee for his appointment. Chairman, let me put it on the record that the nominee, I don't have anything against the nominee. He's coming to succeed me. And now I have the opportunity from you to ask him a question, a simple question. And I was just going to ask him the various sports infrastructure that we have constructed. Looking at our maintenance culture, what steps is he going to take to ensure that these sports facilities, and I was making reference to the Baltimore sports facilities that we have constructed, the Lagos sports facility that we have constructed, the cricket oval at Achimota that we have constructed, then also the hockey pitch that we have constructed. How is he going to ensure that all these facilities are certified by the international bodies? How is he going to ensure that these facilities are maintained so that they can use to host international sporting events in the country? Thank you.
Well, under the leadership of His Excellency the President, we are going to improve upon maintenance culture. We will not allow any facility to deteriorate to the point that we could even be banned from using it. So the very minimal resources we have, we will spend it to make sure we maintain what we have whilst we build new ones also. Thank you.
Any further question?
Chairman, yes. One of the objectives of the ministry is to ensure that we get our national teams to participate in international competitions and to win medals for our country. We won the only medal in 30 years in the Olympic Games in Tokyo. We also increased our medal table in the just ended African Games. We also won 6 medals in the Birmingham Commonwealth Games. What steps is he going to take to ensure that we improve on the medals that we get when we participate in international games? Thank you.
Well, thank you. it's the case that arm wrestling was what saved us recently. But we truly will be investing heavily also in the other sports where we used to do so well, boxing, athletics, and what have you. It's equally so unfortunate that just yesterday, there was a draw for the African Cup of Nations.
Honorable members, let's have some order. Honorable members, let's have some order.
Ghana didn't feature. We worked very hard to make sure that we get back to the glory days. Thank you.
A follow-up, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the nominee just mentioned that it's just arm wrestling that saved the country during the African Games, and I want to put on record, it's not just arm wrestling, because the black satellites.
Honorable Yusuf, he is entitled to his answer.
Yes,
and you are also entitled to your view.
Yes, so my view have to be expressed.
Once the answer is placed on the record, if you have a supplementary question, go and ask the supplementary question.
Chairman, the follow-up I wanted to do was also to put the facts right, that during the African Games, our satellites and the Black Princesses, and also most of the boxing, for example, and that was the best performance in the history of since 1965. I have the right to set the record straight as well. Yes. And so the follow-up that I want to ask my successor, Mr. Chairman, is to ask him that what training measures is he going to put in place to ensure that our athletes get prepared very well in participating in international competition. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We have indicated that we will improve grassroots sports. And we're going to go back to the intercolleges days, because you need to catch them young and train them from that point. You don't let them mature to a certain stage before you start investing in them. We want the reverse of the pyramid and make sure that the pyramid stands with the base being larger and broader. Then as it peaks, where it becomes commercially viable, you reduce investment. So we're going to do that and then improve upon our pitches. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the nominee, my last question to the nominee, Honorable Kofi Adams, has to do with budgets. Normally, the ministry, we have a lot of federations. We have more than 56 federations. And outside this federation, we have national commitment to our football. And we all know that Ghana, when it comes to football, our passion is so very high. The budget the ministry receives mostly is less than $34 million US. In their manifesto, they indicated that they will be paying sports. Sports is the manifesto that I'm just. In their manifesto, they indicated that they will be paying the national, the clubs, the players that plays in the Premier Leagues, the local teams, first division and second division. Can you tell us whether he knows rough idea the budget that will be used to cater for this? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we are committed to every manifesto promise. We will be discussing in details the modalities, and we'll make sure we implement it to the satisfaction of the playing body.
Any last follow-up? I will proceed to give the floor to the ranking member.
Please, with respect, yes, but Deputy Whip and Chief Whip want to have some few questions, so grant them. Then.
Honourable members, Deputy Whip.
Mr. Nominee, Honourable Nominee, congratulations.
Thank you.
I
as president of Ghana Weightlifting Federation and the deputy general secretary of Ghana Olympics Committee, one of the major problems of Ghana sports is money, funding. I actually had the opportunity of doing some work on funding, but I want to find out from you, have you had any briefing on funding, especially for the lesser known sports? And if you have, would you want to share?
Well, thank you very much. We have discussed funding. I'm aware that we have a debt of about 468 million sitting there that must be dealt with. I equally also know that the challenge we have is the NSA, which is the bridge. Sometimes is not allowed to also interface and deal with GFA, especially when it comes to Black Stars funding. We intend to make sure that we re-strategize so that NSA will play the role it's supposed to play, and some amount of money will be made available from the savings to get the other sports functioning. Again, we will have to receive budgets from all of them. So the lesser that come, every federation knows how much is available to them, so none will be left out.
Mr. Chair, yes. I also want to find out, do you have any plans with reference to footballers who are no more playing, other sportsmen who are no more in active sports? Do you have any pension plans for them?
Well, we have talked about this in our manifesto, that we want to encourage the active ones now to make sure that they contribute to a pension scheme. I am sure when I get into the office through the approval of this committee and the House, we will work other modalities to see those who have already retired and see what we can do for them. You remember some time back, His Excellency the President, then candidate, have to intervene to save the goalkeeper of the Black Queens to get her a decent accommodation. I don't think that our heroes and heroines should go through such a situation. So I agree with you that we must do something about that.
Just a follow-up. Have you met the PFAG, Professional Footballers Association of Ghana?
No, please, but I've been engaging individuals, not as an association, but individuals who have retired, I've been engaging them.
My final question. Have you also had the opportunity of meeting with the Ghana Olympics Committee? Specifically maybe the president and then the executive board, President Benunu Mensah and executive board, to know what plans we have towards Olympics qualification and any other Olympic sports?
When this House confirms me and I'm sworn in, I will engage all of them. But currently, like I said, I'm having some engagement and I've engaged Benunu Mensah as an individual.
Thank you very much and I wish you well.
Thank you.
I proceed to take question from the Chief Whip.
Mr. Chair, thank you. My good friend, Kofi Adams. I just have a couple of questions for you.
Thank you.
Don't believe the propaganda. We in the minority, we support you. Don't worry. We support you. We know you will do a good work. My first question would be on, now, as we are all aware, your ministry's designation has been changed, and there is an addition of recreation, which you do know very important, the effect of it on our health and other concerns, so critical. What thinking are you going to the ministry with to strengthen that aspect of that ministry?
Thank you. I have always believed that a very healthy nation will be highly productive. And one way of being healthy is being active. And so we're going to promote a lot of active lifestyle in all our communities and to encourage many persons. I've seen even media platforms encourage persons, and the turnout sometimes is so beautiful. So I want to help to reduce our health bill by making sure that we are very active up to the very minimal level.
Okay. The number of astroturfs we have in our country now, I don't know if you have taken inventory of the number now. What we have now, are you aware of it? The total number of astroturfs we have?
I don't know the total number that we have. However, I have some concerns about the astroturfs. Some of them, truly speaking, have not been constructed to standard. And I don't know whether you are aware that in one instance, it resulted in a very serious injury to the head of a player because the space between the touchline and the metal was so close, it's not up to standard, that it caused an injury when the player was chasing after the ball. So we will look at them, the ones that are not standard, in order to avoid some of these injuries. Maybe we may not use them for such other sports, but we don't use them for football, but we can use them for other sports and recreational activities that will not demand a certain chase of the balls.
Honorable nominee, I'm sure you agree with me that our Premier League, it's maybe for want of better expression, and if I'm going to be charitable in terms of the description, it's a pale shadow of itself. If you do agree, what are the plans beyond the Kotoko and Hearts? Hoover Adeb, I'm not too sure. I used to be a fan, though. I used to be a fan of Hoover Adeb. Yes. I know. If you agree, what do you intend to do? What do you intend to do to up the steam again?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We have talked about a number of things that confront our Premier League. It includes even the technical stuff. And that's part of the reason why we said we're going to modernize and raise the Winneba Sports College into a university where training of professionals will be quite high, so we can have a lot of technical persons that can handle our clubs. Again, we talked about giving them some allowances so we can retain a number of our players. Some of them leave the shores of this country to go and play in war-torn countries just because their earnings are so low. So the whole idea to retain players by giving them some stipend will go a long way to help improve our leagues. Of course, we want to also bring back the love so that fans can get to the stadium and watch their teams play.
Honorable Adams, this will be my last question. Kofi Adams, from where you sit, what are some of the challenges you have identified? I concede you are yet to go to the ministry, but I also know that you've done some work. Some of the challenges you have identified with the sports ecosystem and how you intend to track these problems down.
Well, number one is funding.
No, unfortunately, but they're fairly confident that he targeted City Hall because of our inability to enact the SCGR.
Of some of the infrastructure that we've put in place. The technical competence of some of the persons who handle some of our sports is just not there. We intend to make sure that we improve upon this. Yes, it's good to have former athletes or former sports person help in training. But sometimes they do not have the skill of coaching. So we need to also upgrade them, improve them through the college system that we're going to be putting in place. Of course, we also want to give scholarships and opportunity of learning for the young ones who will be identified very early. So a lot of factors will come up as a result of the challenges that we've found. Thank you.
Chair, let me thank Honorable nominee, congratulate him and wish him all the best.
Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Chair, I know we have one more to go for the day. I don't have any question. I want to yield to Honorable Jampa to do his, with your leave. Then
Honorable Jampa, proceed to ask your question, but who told you have one more?
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations, Honorable Nominee, and my teacher at Adesade College. Honorable Nominee, I want to ask you this. You've taught in Adesade College before, right? And you've been in Central Region. You know those days when you talk of sports, you talk of
Can we have order?
Now, Winneba Sports College is underutilized. And it was a place that we used to train coaches. And a whole lot of sportsmen came from Winneba Sports College. What are your plans to lift the image of Winneba Sports College? How are you going to make it look like in the olden days, 1990s, that Winneba Sports College used to be?
Thank you. You are right that the Winneba Sports College is now in a very sorry state. We have about 4 football pitches there. Only one is still really available for use. The rest have been left to deteriorate. The guest houses are in very bad state. The hostels in bad state. But the management of the Winneba Sports College have begun something. When approved by this House,
Honorable members, let there be order.
We improve upon it as indicated, because our intentions is to turn it into a model university that can train coaches and other sports-related professionals as indicated in our manifesto. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Mr. Honorable Nominee, I want to ask you this.
Honorable Uma and Honorable Jerry Shaib, please, let's have some order.
In those days, when inter-schools, they are doing inter-colleges, you know the zeal, superzonals, inter-colleges. These days, you don't hear of this. The sports are going down. And for Ghana sports to improve, it starts from our basic schools, our secondary schools. Please, my question is, how are you going to link the inter-schools? Or how are you going to link school sports into the national development?
Well, thank you. If you observe, in 2016, we passed an act. And in that act, it's indicated clearly for us to have school sports development agency. And so we seriously going to run this in a much more serious and a coordinated manner. This time they do it biennially, and because of that, some people go through school without having the chance to practice their talent. That will stop because we're going to run it and run it a bit more seriously. I've engaged the Minister for Education and would make sure that together the National Sports Authority and Ghana Education Service will collaborate to see to it that school sports improve.
Honorable Nominee, my last question. You are my teacher, so my last question to you. You know, when I was in Adesade College, I used to run. I was an athlete. And these days, even when you ask some of the students to go and do sports, they even get it very difficult to buy this equipment, like the running shoes and other things. You know, the sports equipment now are very, very expensive. How are you going to support these young ones who have that interest in doing our sports to make Ghana proud?
Well, thank you very much. One of the things I will be pushing will be some level of exemptions for importation of sports equipment that will go directly to either schools or clubs, registered clubs. And they can have an ownership with the National Sports Authority so that individuals cannot use the opportunity to bring in stuff that they will sell in the open market. So we'll work on that and get them some tax exemptions to be able to clear these goods.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minority Leader has a closing comment.
Honorable nominee, there is nothing more from our side. We wish you well. You will hear from us. Chairman will discharge you.
Thank you.
Honorable members, here we don't clap. Please, please. May I proceed to recognize and acknowledge our revered guests. First in my list is Honorable John Kojo Japon, OT Regional Minister and former OT Regional Chairman.
Transport Minister, nothing more. Yes.
Former Voter Regional Chairman, current OT Regional Chairman, and OT Regional Minister. Mrs. Cynthia Opoku Adams, spouse of the nominee. Mr. William Kate, Chief Director, Ministry of Sports and Recreation. Nana Ajay Tete, Basebrentuo, Adonti Hini of Buem, and Chief of Jasikan. Nana Kaklamasi Obo Kuma, Bandana Chief of Tetema. Nana Abdulaiti Buati Buaka, Chief of Baglo Buem. Nana Olatidi Opongo, Chief of Jolu Buem. Nana Apobia, Paramount Queen Mother of Buem Traditional Area. Alhaji Abdul Kadir Tanko, Governor of Faidha, Ghana. Mr. Ben Nunu Mensah, Ghana Olympics Committee. Nana Apinkra Kwesi Ewua, AMC Chairman, Asante Kotoko. Mr. Eric Adom, Buem Constituency Chairman. Executives of Sports Federation, Association, and Supporters Union. Our revered guests, you are welcome. Honorable Minister Designate, you are hereby discharged. You hear from the committee. May the next nominee take his seat.
All right, sir. Let's proceed.
I, Joseph Bukari Nkwe, in the name of Almighty God.
Or you're late.
Country need a whole lot of
J. Kenneth.
Sometimes the clarity of thoughts, not some of the decisions in our making as a foreign team said this is a person with a clear-cut plan, what he intends to push through, no, he's ready to do it. And major decisions are what take in this is somebody owning the oil, and all that we are hoping is it will continue like this. Because as a president, you know, one thing me person who say you have to be very decisive. As a president, you know, there is no time to linger over a choice. I say, you must always be precise and you know what you're doing. And I think that so far he has been able to demonstrate that with some of the major decisions that he's taken. The last time in the JB about the number of ministries. And I can slash down from 30 to 23, I will say 60. And I think that particular thing is on course. And several other decisions are. Now, when you know, now we have fixed the country, need a whole lot of agitation and cause. Not major part of it has to do with your friend is a constitutional review. And I think he has set up a committee, or more, say, your constitution, review. And to me, that is one thing I am so much impressed, because Captain, over your constitution, clearly you see, this is a document, essential portions of it outlive the essence. 2024, na constitution in 1992, there is a clear gap. There is a need for us to, you know, just come together. And I think that particular decision to review the constitution, you know, is cool. Now, there are critical portions. Me free say now you turn the things around. We can't about Article 71 holders and as a forum, but I think beyond that, you know, there are several things that we need to do. I can say this per day my government officials because more to coin as a for it's a waste of money. That money, no, you bet me a channel to other areas, you bet me offer job opportunities for a number of people. These are some of the tough decisions as a president that you need to make at this point in time. So I think so far so good. But one thing I can't has to do with the elections. Over the years, you know, it's one thing statement about one thing investigation, because I don't know how far that particular investigation I get it to. And yet they see what was an ano. The G3 body part being too much not being interpreted one thing, and you have people sitting on radio seeking to justify this barbaric act all in the name say for one two or reason. Captain, but who's the president here investigation? But you see, these issues are becoming one too many. It shouldn't be just investigation and we hear nothing. This issue is something that we need to pursue to a logical conclusion. Now, whoever that is culpable in this particular execution, I'm for say who's the execution or execute. And in a civilized country like ours, you know, we can't sit here and be entertaining some of these things. So whoever are culpable, so far that particular execution, of course, is concerned, no, that investigation must be conducted in the full glare of the public. Sabaya Ghana for being confidence once again. Well, we live in a country where state institutions have become some kind of bandit groups. Anybody at all with arms, you know, can just shoot and kill people. And when it happens, you don't see any seriousness on the part of the state in pursuing some of these things. For instance, how many times I am a police for the only time yet proper investigation and they see Okumase as a wase. And no crowd didn't say that conclusion. They say Nipa not committee, not a high court judge. And you know, he was able to, it was an independent body. About trouble until you was a sound crew for no crowd, no for said na police for a canon. But 2 years ago, go on chain claiming so where I for. So when you have state institutions engaging in some of these things, I think that it's one thing hanging on President Mahama, even though he has given assurance, say it will be investigated. It shouldn't be just, it should be investigated, Captain. We need to pursue this particular matter. Whoever gave that kill order, whoever killed who, yes a Ghana for whom sabe betimi building confidence in Ghanaians once again. Because we can't just wake up a day and say and now call demonstration because any trigger happy guy with gun can just shoot you anytime and get away. And the state will not make any EFSA investigation. We cannot live in that particular country. You go into elections. You boni part for almost 4 good years. You tell Mobia folding the arms. Obian call for investigation. Those who called for the president never listened to anybody. So Ebasano minor baba banana republica said we don't value life, and that is what I see in this country. In recent times, some of the commentaries that I listen to on social media will justify say we don't even value life. Because in another jurisdiction, you can't just do this and get away with it.
You're sure.
You can't go to America or any other country and say, "Maboni patu sa akeke," without any reason. Now even George Floyd didn't be people who were responsible, they charged them with murder. And I know Abrante Yokobo Mami to Ewo the Fie Kuni America, or no, they charge him with murder. So you know, sir, in as much as we're professional, you have the luxury to be, exact force and then as a form no, you are also limited by certain law, and you can't go haywire and do certain things. We are nobody. But Captain, in the last 10 years, incident yes si okroma ya kunwe ya bo wetu ya esi yakwache enkransa yakwache obi woni dem ahomache ene yekokun no protest na sefo e bai na nipa da so wu hwan ena yetimi akase ya investigation wey na logical conclusion what be that yetie na police officers a yese omo na billion van omo ta chire yetie ne kwose police cells ye ne bai ho so ahomache na ye yina kobo dituo. All that we got was a funny statement from the police. Nothing sensible. Till date, nothing has been done. So you see, a man for confidence and trust in state institutions are waning considerably. And I think that it's time for us to revive that particular trust and hope. Our public in all these institutions, and President Mahama coming back, and I'm sure that he knows these things. And he needs to work to revive it, because trust and confidence in state institutions is zero. It's the reason why I never who petition and surface here. People are asking, say, the EC boss should go. Well, Captain, how can you live in the country and for 4 good years somebody so discretion would disenfranchise a whole community for 4 years without a representation?
Sir.
That is a clear breach of constitutional right of those people, or human right, fundamental human right, enshrined in the constitution, bestowed on them on the constitution. But one person decided, say, I have the power, so she took it away from them, and that person was an EC boss. You understand? So I think that this time has come. I know people might want to believe, so but this time, no, it is not about the amount for Beka, it is about doing the right thing. And me, my catcher say, James will be a petitioner, me and Casa Metro, and it's good, a lot of petitions are surfacing, and it shouldn't be just James. They say, na Enriana Muagu, you've heard saying, register me teteos and why not for my who's a woman who didn't count. These people are you see, these people are just nuisance. We need to just flash them out. EC officials, they are all nuisance. We need to flash them. We need to flash them off. Captain, these people, they are continuing stay, threatening your democracy.
Why did I come to it?
It's a fact. Captain, go out there and ask people whether they have trust in our institutions. And in a democracy, you need to have absolute trust and unwavering confidence in state institutions. And look at the court today. How many people even trust justice? So when Ghana need or
power, no justice.
Yes. So that is the notion. And no binya sama or person fan kokoni nyanya kwa ntwa kobo bia na so court because we so kwa justice. We need to repair the system. Sebeya, once again justice will come to the people. Once again hope will come. Confidence will be inspired again. Sebeya, journey na ye kono. Me say this whole 4 years isn't about making Ghana any extraordinary. It's about building the foundation for Ghana to take off. And all that we need to do from MRA, from your friends saying economy, from everything, preparing the workforce and as a forum, schools and seven as a forum, we need to set the stage. We once again, a bit me take it off, Captain, because and you understand, say, okay, school system and the challenges that students go through. People are coming out of the university who be saying, because there is a huge gap between
your friend saying what is taught at school and the job that is available at the job market, there is a huge mismatch. So people come out of the university, they can't fit into the job market. It's a problem that we need to fix as a country. We need to train young crowd for this. Also, bet me the inside baby. Sabaya we free university buy. It's not just about so bet me a camera. Beyond that, you can't do anything sensible. And then countries are moving extra to ensure say they train the workforce or bet me deliver on the needs of the people. So example, na China take it, and that China is where it is today. And I think that as a country, baby, your mistakes are we need to learn from, because it cannot be the usual way say we can't do nothing to help ourselves when everything that is needed for us to survive, you know, we are say now no matter what I know about a bossy situation that's for Captain. Look at the mineral regime I will say. That's a young person who live in the bossy, a honor a honor yawo no. Na asasena or the baby dino asasena say. Apart from that, you know, the toxic exposure obenya because of the mining activities, you know, and there is absolutely nothing I will be in his behalf. Say, and so these are your share, and as for these things that people are not doing, and you think people will just keep quiet? And America just said, nah. Because of free flow of information, you know, they read around. And we say now we have comparison about South Africa and other countries at this same company, A2 Good. You see, so if you don't attend to the needs of the people, some of these uprisings, you know, are likely to, you know, to pop up. People have been engaging them, and there are several other places people are going. Because when they read around, they see that they deserve something and they are not getting. And again, when they look at the health conditions and the way our more getting exposed to her, the people on their own will rise. So time has come for us to draw lessons from these things. Now you look at your mineral regimes, you know, now you're making sure say a benefit here, because these are some of the things that we can do to turn things around, and I think that will work for us.
All right, for the first time in the history of this country, the presidency, there's going to be a chief of staff for the vice president.
Chief of staff for the vice president.
Yes. So I have this release coming from the presidency. Mr. Alex Percival Segbefia, on the chief of staff to the vice president.
Oh, I see.
The American way.
Okay, so the president no one the chief of staff.
That is overall chief of staff.
That's Julius Debra.
That is Julius Debra.
Okay.
And he was the chief of staff. Vice president.
Oh, okay.
Or reported to Julius Debra.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
And I was Mrs. Martha Graham, on a head of administration. She said, "One we office of the vice president, you know." And I said, "We vice president office. We vice president."
They have been assigned a particular.
They are assigned a particular role.
Yeah,
you have a proper designation. To say who say vice president office one administration in Korea, they are come me Abeiku Graham.
No guru boy be.
There we go boy be anya adwuma ho. And he head of administration ba me Orayere Abeiku Graham. And I Professor Teresa Enin, a presidential staffer and special aide to the vice president. So the professor is having a professor as a special aide.
Serious combination. Serious combination. But the professor in there.
Minim the area of study and specialization. Miss Daniela.
But they didn't can it was that you refer to the other Daniela.
Miss Daniela. Matthias. Secretary to the vice president.
Oh, okay.
Secretary to the vice president. Dr. Samuel Ofosu Ampofo.
That's Sami Foto.
Sami Foto. A policy advisor, political, to the office of the vice president.
Oh, I see.
Professor.
But you see, strategically, before the move now, I mean, we're positioned at a very romantic areas, strategic areas. Maybe to say Professor Alabi, Koye chairman, Ghana Commercial Bank. What are they saying?
Kogune. Professor Sharif Mahmoud Khalid, one man minim na wa ben e ba ne sikasem ntoto ya wa ben pa. And don't forget, sir, vice president, by convention, head of the economic management team.
Sure.
It's Professor Sharif Mahmoud Khalid, a policy advisor, economic, Emma vice president. Then Dr. Hamza Zakaria, also
academia for professor,
also a policy advisor, economic. And I say, Miss Mansa Amwa Ewa Erengibel. Bell. That's right. Also a serious finance person.
Oh, okay.
So also a policy advisor, finance, and office of the vice president. And I feel Dr. Mariam Rahinatu Idrisu, policy advisor, social sector.
Oh, I see.
Because they say, President Ameya say, vice president office, work hand in hand with the Ministry of Gender, Children, and Social Protection, and 3 other ministries. Education Council say unsupervised ministries. That's what I'm saying, that we should be able to define the role of the vice president.
Absolutely.
And Mahama has done that absolutely.
Absolutely.
Number 2, Amma Pratt.
Oh.
What's the pride banner?
Amma Pratt, and a press secretary.
Emma,
the office of the vice president. Essential for now, money bring some person more honestly.
I'm going vice president. I'm going to vice president office. I'm
Shane when you fiat go shade da. E din keke na show nti. Enipa edu, unlike before office of the vice president, you have about 37 people. Mahama cutting it down to 10. From 37 to 10.
Wow.
From 37 to 10. Vice president, the office of Jubilee House of one can only drama president no. Once one year drama no. In the office of the vice president, enipa 37 no. Wakati 27 a film. I said 10. I don't want you.
No, but I mean, he's shown a true leader and
all right.
A lot of in presidency.
Captain. Why are the JDM? Why are there? Because disappointment there, Charlie. Which I say, now when they are warrior, nothing I know person Obano. We were quiet who say, "O penny be a minimum, penny coffee beer." Oh, we hearing him, only nada. Adiachi adopa sa 9 months. I feel Obano kwa woni ase fesi kabra was ready a fum mu. Hey. Obi ano yerete. Enti JDM abona homode. I mean this is what we are looking forward because senior na akwa enkro na akwa na nka wo ya ma yenyina ya hwe yedwane akọ. But say the M say o call him back say yembra. But captain me the me penny say constitution or better achieve falling so or fallenness so Ghanaians in diaspora and one kind okay just in quick case in the buy also okay so be amended na foreigners or Ghana for
no I think it's a parliamentary home baby. I mean the speaker even spoke about that. Yeah,
no for more teme that's abra no ma wo do just obi anko kan bibi was here yen the ekro no ya fa as ya fa nko sikwe and the best JDM say side no since I was set this committee in there, look into that because I know so bad because most of Ghana on say any wabruchi, wabruchi, me say some your Ghana name Ghana. Wabruchi, no. Your input is very huge. Yes, you pa. And when you look at that area and so I boy. And secondly, so no. Now point we are dear man. I dear hear me down say youth a woman pa, ranty any mabawa. He set this agenda because of a same rantiani mabawa no more omuye political party activists, especially okoje to no money we no more omunim underground youth no and I don't know. Do you watch this guy?
Dr. Frank Amwakohene.
Ashanti Regional.
Chairman. So he was super.
And now
just snippets of it.
Dr. Frank Amwakohene.
Super. Now, all responded to
Quintino
about former Ashanti regional minister Kokate sword, then another so Kokate sword, then Kokate sword, the other sword.
Sword Naira.
Sword Naira.
He's going to look for the sword and.
That guy is super.
Yeah, or a very super. And then so I'm a boy, so I like the weird. The man is on top. When I'm say Chrome had here and since someday everybody knows. But I believe say this man can do it. Ocean appointees here no. I learned one of the guy say Chama Kwesi BB MPP Nibi. Now he was talking about Ukuje to Abrakwa de and say Ukuje to Abrakwa de no de. And Kamahama fan I'm say eh nana de wona be appointment amaye. O say Ukuje to Abrakwa foreign affairs no. And cannot de because if a horn no send your honey city no ka on pay will be nan ko won fa nko baby foforo na am say atama na wo boss no say country route me to ne for say nenua ata onyini free ho na na de na wo be my appointment you see MPP for no de na be ka kire omu no say e ma omu nyom ho say omu no nyansa sene obia okurum ha say enough is enough. We have been tolerated them for very quite long, and this time omontina omo bench na omonhwe ye wa bemu. We can do it and do it well. And until you pick coach bia from other side. You pick coach bia from other side because moto mu coach blaster man ko ene blaster cry hunu biem. Yensa metie momo nsemo mefa momo nsemo ma ye hu mekere ye. Enti ebe pa wo macha wo munya adwuma ma JDM ene ne nkrofo. Wo vice president nkrofo ya wadu ma beya professors omukura omunkrofo professors say ne wo na wo na ebe kwa kochi yen the captain me de meka nyina ne say ye de mpa bo beta JDM achi to the stand they say baby na Ghana akwa akodru no say ye nya enipa wo experience to the JDM nanka wa ma meboa ma yi Ghana fo amfiri sa wo ha no wo kai twitwide na mpa chaw am suppose ba ko am say JDM dabla ne wura ye afiu Bank of Ghana Anderson or that's all. Oh, Debbie, say. Acho. Some of the Master, yes, some of the BBA Ache. Now, Addison, I go out to what here. None till me was on and I watch a you. Also, some of the one now on Debbie institutions. Sister says billion Debbie institutions to be a while. You're more the Okudia, the Otto Timinko. But such institution look like the Sankayan 10 don't let the car to Ghana's way. About the hey, Captain, consider because he persist 8 billion could be as a Mameto Ghana Subim. Ya bread woman. I don't know what one yako amrem. The odo buy a crawko. The odo buy or what yes yoko. Entino, your best now Ghana for the empire JDM Nina Palm for chi. Now younger generation now Oma Bemono, Omo Maya Yanmo for the NB, or Pon Cromine Association for the NB. Or Mumra no Maya Jumamra, the youth of this country, because that is what we are looking forward. So Oma Bayesa and Yamano no so better to Papa, so then you would defeat the crowd in the Bay West. By him say you will say send you starting on. They will end up with a good reasons. Ebe boa Ghana magana koso. And the best sre omo muti echira. Omo toto boba park so no. Na said they maintain ho afenyo. O tu kwayana. Because them say 2 sittings in me share dey hu no. But in Kawankokura wa maybe kranke ye. Em say no the other guy the original court no prempe. He did well. And you know, ene ye hwe appointees ya omoko. One of them I was looking forward to was the defense. A very nice guy. And JDM so far so good. And now Wamaya who said no attention, no shenema. Now I shed your man so good, a shame dear, and no more day baffled. And Timin say Ghana can be great again. Ghana says, sir. So we shouldn't talk about say Ghana say Ghana can be great again. Why we have a great leadership like JDM to face the problem the whole so amount for to 2 year age no. Now when say ache say idea Ghana for our demand is so huge to the extent they say now our expectation from the previous administration no and timi anya adwuma and ye de ni nyina ba be gu JDM so Ghana for your demand no nso mama ye creative window bia no bia fam
And near man Ghana for you has said John Mama Bayano. And ya de be soon.
And no na make.
No man what let's say. Obi a Ghana sika one. J where you ready?
Ya beji.
Where best.
Adani anye.
Wanjia.
Ya beji amano.
Ayo.
Wanjia ya beji amano. Any ya beji.
Because
we are going to use that money to build this nation. And definitely, Obi a cap premium.
$160 million now.
On country.
Hey.
Captains, I need money because a seer will be a young. You understand? And yes, they said never be say see. Yet we are establishing the red lines now. I'm sure some people have themselves in line. Now what you criminal will be to me $1 million good them. Now president to me clear now. They may be now share. Or so no who be any baby.
Now $43 million who to me to got him. Now got another sway idea. And then here Sikano.
Yes,
I say previous administration, you know. When Timia mad this a quine arm and Timina be good JDM. So it's about the time for JDM to act about those things. For Ghanaians to know, say, now what in China, now all can. What the aye was say anyway, you are a warrior. But so no super JJ, no Nusuja or Kodia. And then I capture your Koyana say by. And tell you your best. Oh, huge tax ahead, I know. And there are a lot of problems ahead, I know. But the fact of the matter is say, you're the Sumawa near the Aswao. Once you're Wababeji any day, obey. Me, I believe in JDM. He will do it. Obey so amana ye nika. Because Ghana for a titi amanonino, the year pan is obi our tramanoni, or pension. The all pan is so bebabetina Ghana, nana sumwa dune keke. That's it. Now, Baba Ghana, and then I'm robbing, and they say, and then I say, I choose soldier for me, you'll be a jail almost 10 years. So, Mokoye robbery, so Mokoye kidnap. Look at you, uniform people. Obi o shesuja tadio, the way na me. So what I say, and the cartoon, baby a crona quaco say, dear. Me one thing I love about this country, they say no be a bit me and nano I ofusu kwachi be kan sembia, which was very good. Or say woman may yes sebi o criticize ya by na ye be until na ye be ma womu boys ya be ye woniema, they will allow everybody to flow because ye nyina ye kire ya adwene. E kwan be fa so okuru no be yi. Enti yanko ye na anu de ni bia captain te radio so na police fo jane so. Into woman be a quine to if it is okay, we will say it. If it is bad, we will say it. Nese be a PJDM asem and I asem. The fact of the matter is saying Ghana koso yenina Ghana ye my Ghana say for the past 8 years Ghana say we complain. Those people didn't listen. But I believe say for these 4 years the JDM will listen to us and do the needful for the good people of Ghanaians. And ocean appointees our appointing it show clearly say they mean business. And they will do it and do it better. And your best JDM name pump for. Say a human idea show or Monsano. And yes, it. And yes, Sabi, Omabusu Yantira. Name of my gun and tea. Na JDM Monsosono. Come back and be minka. And here Becca say, what dear or no can on Wakoka. By the messenger say, Yambua, near Mompai and Fantanechi. Na me use this opportunity na me chiam in Kroflubi because I don't want to talk too much because a simple and person make about me ko kape and sure me see no na assembly braba nti captain ma me famu si ha sei na me nchia you has for sandwich minim university omudi sandwich sa na me nchia oh that sanity you has sandwich me nchia wo musolo morning in Krofo any anchor for your friend is a psychiatric hospital for me chia wo bia omu de everyday bia obetina se bia omu hwew enti me chia wo mo ene na me chia menuano ne APP fo nyina so se wo maboye nyina ye ho ban na ye nyina ye de mpa bota GDM achi se de be ya Ghana be koso. Me, I believe Ghana can be great again. I believe we can do it. I believe say Ghana no and say Sasenya amanfo kekana no. When we have a great leader and a good leader, obeboa ama Ghana akoso. Eno nkwa na yenyina ye hwehwe. Enye kesi our demand as you were saying, your demand no enye so huge. eye kakra bi Ghana ni de wopa ne so obesori na obenya bibia die na osori na wonam kromu asebi am Roberts bi kotro na security eye tight Ghana ni de Ghana ni pa ne so obenya adwuma paaye na yetua ne kaye de Ghana ni pa ne so obesori na light esi so de Ghana ni pa ne so obesori na nsuo efro de Ghana ni pa ne so obesori na transportation easy and no penny near my here or Ghana has say we don't need much but you penny for any abro any base muntino Obasham penny for kokra for said omutu na yesakola nanso se be previous and kasa brinko omu age omutifie na nka omu nana no grandpa na nka yede enseta itu omu bedu oman so na omu disika no ehye wo no omu wia ubedi mfie sei how long ya besere Ghana for ya besere ye mpanimfo a ye dikroya show monsa sebe yen ma mobra a maye ne a ye ne aye bekon ebekon e befa so ayeso ye bebobra because mpanimfo ya ewo ho sesei o mama ya huru se Ghana na wo makoma so de da wo makoma so a yisikawia sikadie muso ni na ahene uni na hin senya na ntwie ni dua anka ne to no wo ye den enka konfuonsem nti se urade boa na Ghana de ope de ma wo mu Ghana fo sole koto aba de ma wo mu a enye se wo mu nimdie bi o na emom ye wo gidie wo mu so mbetimi aye enu nti ne de ehye wo mu nsa nti se wo ba na abetoto papa so be ye sebe mfrani mane ensemhu sana na wo pa kire ye se ye na ye sori ahomache koto aba ne ma wo sebe mpre adwuma ye gimi ana asese da bi enye saa se wo hwe police administration a say wo hwe soja se krono no kra wo mu kra boss ne ye wo mu boss ne sebe wo timamufo na wo mu sori ena obete yesi police akoye sei ena obete yesi soja akoye sei na ye hye mu uniform se mo fa mokro no ye form uniform ye hye mu uniform se mo fa mra me bokro no ho ban ena mumom ena sebe ebin madane am Roberts ena ye chinkrofo dubiara emu wan ye soja ni ana police ni na ye di wey etina krom na se yesisia na kuro no yebekikire na akode a ene ne yekoya na yebae no wonder say no ebe ya akrade Donald Trump wasate wa America no ada countries so be start yebebo ye nyina ya ba betra ye kuro ne nyina ya kwa akodoku and I even prefer that because ye penimfo no hihye sa kuro yi ya enka we are much better than them amagana enne ye maye kete so a ne yetu kwa akobi ma so captain wutu kwa ko Canada no ne America no ma ubehu Ghana fo a wo da asole dem an kasa no mo de da adintira because ye mpanimfo ayo maje so mbese kuru ya maye omunye omaje se omu bebo prapa bi esi hono but look enough is enough the youth of this nation gradually surely in kakran very soon we will take over this country. We will sack all the old folks because they only say sebe. Adrina ye dibu mino. Ebi nibi. Ebi no betina sa kuro yiswa. Omo di oma drini pesika egu omusu. Omo di oma drini Japan.
We remember what we see na fe ye twema tumrika akọ Ghana emrahye bedwam na fe yakofa ye vetting of the various ministerial nominees. Ye be share chan ya bye bye.
And reflected near my Christopher ye.
The way I share white here, your finance minister share white your coat to a friend is saying buy bumi samba latini to buy a sina yamina ni assume you.
Finance minister no coat to 2 balance and wine so who na we economy the wajan or no. The culture say a bottom ma sometimes no kind panjini. Yankopon I assume na kumamo. How you relate to one another, how you be good to one another, how you help impact on others, how our teach society morality, how society can be disciplined. Nyamesomno, that is it. Being good to one another and then as a form. Now what we bokro no area sika. The other be hospital amount kra. Eduana nkra bedi o de makamanya ondi. And you call yourself a Christian. So me, some of these things, and I think it's just wake sometimes when it comes to that particular line, I get angry. Because for my background, I told you I'm a Christian, I'm a Catholic. And the way I want to see Christianity, the way you behave, that is not what I see. So sometimes when I see these people, because there is this rude awakening, some bush-minded individuals be I say, and I say yes, school. Social media and other platforms or more. And then we don't even see decent Christians. And it's unfortunate. And I think that it is time as you pay attention to our moral faculties. Now you're making sure say you better come. Because once we lose that line, and then also for Timino be that, or software now, Soramada, and on Philly side, Timber social media justify why. Oh no, be that. Because
any about Kubia Bakra, no cry the latest news a man for come once more. You see a friend, a prophet to Jabba, so we are wiring and a crowd support.
You see, so that is how shameless our society has become. And this group of people, they are all coming from one place. Oh, Kroma, or more money who are dear, Yamia, Biatro, Monasifo, coming from your friend saying, Kumase.
Oh,
and a prophet of Mokruma, about 80% in your home free. And in Yankopo Druano or Chambe, Bia, Kumase no Kobio money. It's funny. We need to get serious. We really need to get serious in this country. You see, and yet miracle be any baby or Dr. Ren. It is about being disciplined, do what is right. And we don't teach this thing in the church no more. When was the last time I would say so preaching morality and as a forum? And sometimes some of the stories now I will hope. And you see, this kind of trivial mindset, they've even extended it to some of our guys, even in abroad. You want and as a for no, and the pastor will chrome her or $100 and as for softener sell and a bush and tell Muntino or be or how to London or then a mammy yaka or then a papa new and my yaka. Nebusi any organ a higher prophet, And what is supposed to go to the family goes to them. Onya no they talk cast near the yen near Mahunu near the farm Kramaiwa. It's funny. And you see, I think that these are topics that we need to look at it some of the days. Because our prophet, they are all coming from the same enclave. And it's not as if you don't know. The way they operate are the same thing. And I'm catch said those times now, Okoto, Mpaboa, Okwa, different near the rubber showers and the opinion they are same no kind those way. Whenever I was turn left amount. So business na chum and as uncle phoning in a 10 year Bible. And I don't know they bought podi a man for us, and yenya maybe an almost no. Trust me. We need to go back and revisit the moral fabrics of our society and work and make sure it becomes workable once again. Because I understand there are genuine people, software, they can teach people well and as for them. We can lose, but in the society is losing everything. And everywhere we commit evil, we don't even look back. We don't even recognize idea and yet. And the whole impact na who no politics obewura no your opportunity to steal. Enti yade sector bi acha ne nsa so onko heso no. The next day ni apam white na masoro da mu ye huruhuru. Cause ekwan na bia mo ne na busuafo ye nso aduru yeso ye bewia.
And yentie de eye asofu bi kan ye yentie no so nim eye because matese nkofo ka se Yesu Kristo kura wo frachim amanfo ka se ohwe the way Ghana ne tie no a Yesu Kristo behunu TV so o se wo frachim yentie o se osofu bi nim o so nim eye nyankopon
Adam nan kasa na ye born ne bae na Adam and Eve ne ye born na wo dadada na I saw them. Minimum Adam and Eve.
Archangel Obiri. You are saying on TV.
Me say I know.
People
I saw them.
You.
Jesus Christ. I be family spiritual portion. Say when Adam, when Eve, when Abraham, when Moses. I know them.
ususu say ohwe the way oye bold no a onyini say he knows Adam ni Yesu Christo. Just say all can say I know them.
In the first place, this guy is an ignorant guy. He doesn't even know about the concept religion. That is to start with. Because you see, I think it's a big mistake say in the name of spirituality, people do a whole lot of stupid things and they get away. Dr. Ren, religion is a concept on its own. What is a medical school? You can't go to the hospital and operate. You know that.
Oh yes, yeah.
If you are not a trained professional as a nurse, you can't. So what makes people think that religion is a concept you can approach it from a perspective of being naive? You go there and advertise stupidity and ignorance, and that is exactly what these people are doing. And because they are overwhelmingly uninformed, you know, and some now cannot fed him. Got no educated mind out to the concept religion as in public and making such a silly comment. Oh, can't be fair. But Anam said he's coming from a background where he's highly uninformed, so ignorant, and you know, they hide behind spirituality and he talks this nonsense. And Anam says society now teams nobody hold anybody accountable, no. He gets away with it.
People also believe in power.
Nyankopon bo wiase no obo nyansafo cheda bon kwasiafo de na otu ye fraye o. So don't never forget that. Never forget that.
So do you think as a society, no, what can we do to help the people? Is to say beyond we are ignorant and men like these take advantage of them. Do you think it's about time the laws of the country you share one more preaching, you know, taking advantage on the vulnerables and then deal with them?
Yes. So you see, West and American people might think it's a bit harsh, but that is the reality. So what started from that note, or you understand what I'm saying, Dr. Ren? Whenever there are two categories of people. Say there are those who are so stupid to the extent, say, and so ignorant. On their own, they can't survive. That is their vulnerability. And there are those who are very smart and on their own, they can survive. So this is here where governance, okay, my main sign can say, there are those who are weak. There are those who are strong. There are those who are, your friends saying, healthy, and there are those who are not healthy. So it goes the other way around across board. A whole name the concept governance, a boom. So we institute government. Now you submit your will, your right to that particular government to regulate, and it becomes the sole responsibility of the government to protect everyone, including the vulnerable. So these charlatans here who in the system, it is the responsibility of government to protect those who are vulnerable from these guys. Because Anamakacho said, Nyankopo bo we has never assumed say we are nyansani. Oh yes, sir, you are making the concept of sociology who study now who what's in the past here. You know, say some people from birth are very stupid. They can't take care of themselves. They always need somebody to take care of them. That is where the state comes in. So it is the responsibility of the state to ensure, say, these people are taken care of. Dr. Ren. Basawan yes, sir. Na se jatum na ukase obianya di opa. That is where these things come in.
So would you say, sir, we need a regulatory body a bear up and doing to check some of these pastors, reverend ministers, evangelists, senior making sure so we'll have a disciplined and a healthy society where people will not use religion to take advantage, to steal. Na eja omesa ba betwa wo mo ho na oma form ekuobi na akwa some de omo ye untouchables because example here pastor idie ya abeto edwe ojaba o say prophet ojaba o so no be from animu a o mario kakra na wi mario kakra no keja umfiri ho na de na mario kakra upese uba na abeje me boso me yire krampo ebompae boy me bon pa ni mpo kan ubi mpo na me den meja wo. So clearly no utimi hu say enipa no a yetim no Ghana fo no a mo yeti kuro ni mo no adwene no you could see say baby a yadwene ne wo no baby a our thinking no kono akwa say we swallow and take anything from religious leaders without even having in-depth a friend is saying research about even the religion no because over a Ghana krono a team no we call ourselves Christian nation, yes. 70% per Ghana statistical department 70 to 75% of the entire population here Christopher granted says sanetie na so says na sanetie dia how comes and reflecting into the lives of our people ema ye hunu no say we are a society where morality no ade a ewosoro and I say a society where hunu no say sebio yen selflessness was soro and also we say a society where yen corrupt. But here is the case where 70% or 70 to 75% a year Christopher and so per society are very corrupt. Ghana can be. Do you think it is because many people don't even have the understanding of the religion that they follow? Because I say, yeah, we meet too me mommy a Methodist, me papa a Methodist, until we don't really research. Me papa in Kramoni, me mami in Kramoni. So we don't really research and even know about the religion that we are following. And if we research, what are the do's and don'ts of the religion are here follow no?
Yeah, Dr. Ren, my man can't say when you be a OT bia. Adia, your friend, nipa your friend God. Otia sasi we swa. On a yard your friend discipline. Anything discipline is God. The akasa obi sum nyame a na ye obi a oye very enya discipline is obi a oye principal person o otwe asem twan yo me kire obi a oye very disciplined obi oye discipline bia ye godly, and being disciplined is something we the black race ye lack. I'm telling you, we are not disciplined at all. So you see, there is a gap. We can't fail. So we need to change the course. Akwasa wakotena examination ho na the paper ato wanim. Na I say to myself, bia me enra wa usua my father. And I will catch on say, okay, then let me write my father. Now, in me kwa obema me be because myself and my father there say. So morality na say a leader no abaye miracle. And because we know, say, naturally we are not disciplined, we cannot do what is required of us to become Christians. And I say, you ever fix it, whatever that is needed. Is the reason why church na by magic and a miracle.
Is it and also can be nice and they yentimi mompaye my and just ye could sika so be mompaye mfamaye obi nya konkyere mfamaye.
Yes, because the etiquette moral way no ayra eniho. Because these are things you teach. If you go to other countries like your friend said Japan, and then or might be Norway, say they are atheists. Majority of the people are atheists. But it is one of the moral society you can find anywhere in the world. So you see that thing. This is an atheist society. But this is one of the most moral society. Oko Japana, how many worship God? Some don't even believe in God.
Omu krade, omu papa no edina to the capital city Tokyo no. Abakwasem chirese emra the Portuguese no. Ene the Brits no ebo modern de Christosum ene the Romans ni this Christosum kodu ho no. Omu hunu se Christosum no a free Europe aba wo mo no. Bomodia asay wo mo culture into owura no e friend Tokyo the capital city ye dia tono no obomodia ache asofofo anu mo bo apo edi nsem ono no edi nsem a ego contrary against the norms and cultural practices of the Japanese no wo me ache wo mo twitwa wo muti nti ye twitwa nkofo over 5,000 evangelists pastors, preachers, and one more Japan. I'm over banning a year Christianity any so based on assembly be free about. So if you cannot prove it there, or say for nyame so many and no more modern streamline, you know.
Yes. The last day, few days ago, I had a discussion with a medical doctor friend of mine, very heated arguments. Now, or say Christianity, MY, and I disagree. The last time I think I made that argument on this particular thing, and I told you, the best thing that has happened to this world is your religion. But because how perceive and I'm not turn it out to be something different. Because religion, that kind of Christianity, religious way in New Year, and Kadia Nipa Bayano. So,
Obe agree with me. I want someone can say religion in the hand of a bad person shall be used to propagate an agenda of evil. The same way religion in the hands of a good person shall be used to propagate an agenda of good deeds.
Exactly. That is said a play. Because so called the days of hunting and gathering now. Doctor, no irritated kura so be na comment na otimbe twa jato odamushi no tisa wonwi ana de ko. He doesn't care about say obewu ana emfa no ho. So but some of these things has been able over the years and pass certain moral your friend saying elements be into us. And then yet media sustain empathy, this has to be done. But our generation way no sa nema no ko. Now I can't about Japan. Okay, Japan, majority of the people, they are not Christians. But they value morality. And these are the core principles of discipline that you need to be godly. And see, me say Africa there, ope sanka nyankopo mbana heavy bi wo baby a. Ope mo a, obe pamo mo free line no ma, black, we the Africans. Yenso na ye gi anim say ye ko heaven. Because even go to abroad, Yenrianamo mo cross nsuo from your friends Libya to Spain in Asefonum. Okwa Obia wabu mraso waba no. Those who go there to seek asylum in Asefonum. Menka ninyina, but go and look at some of the treatment abrofono dema ebinom. Koyi amam for free nsuo so on daily basis rescuing people in Asefo the conditions in the omudu omofam. Can we say the same thing about us? Adebia yankasa yenrianam. Look at what we do to them. So you see, idea is very dangerous. And they say, Obia onim nyansa. Now a man of crime, now in the name of Okura Bible, now all misinform me a man for. Because Dr. Ren, to me, sorry, and say, your friend is saying, Medaya, men and animal yachre me, and I say, Yankopon Bible, the home Kunabi Ramimu, intimate me a Caesarean hospital, Monfort about pim for mammy, Mayan Caesarean section. Can you do that?
Ibekas Wabodam.
But why are people doing it in the name of this whole mayor suffer? I have lived in a hospital, trust me. Now, my consulting room, Dr. Ray, in a day, you can have about 4 or 5 people or about you against medical advice. They are coming for discharge. No coffee. Obi or a diabetic, when you wound over the 9, you know the implication, DSC, or say or TB Joshua. Obi a diabetic also ko TB Joshua ho wani be ba hanso na nipa no bodan ho because some of these things that they see, some of these your friend is saying nema e in the spiritual world no, because these people nobody is protecting them because naturally they are vulnerable. They need to be protected. Now in the America in the past no so for to me boa sorry man no wa ma poison or say you go heaven. Now I'm on no kumunina no not tiase asisi bebre. So I think the state need to come in at this time to regulate your moral society, just to ensure say there are lines in the for them. Say yes, sir, trust me, we will lose this society because the high speed at which we are driving, is very dangerous, very risky, and we need to put a stamp on it. I am not against osophobia, no, but you see. The cost sometimes Osha can any woo. And we be a Christian now, share the Christianity yen and say, Otoana or Secra film.
And I think that is what we need to do to regain the dignity of Christianity and other religion. Our emra back. Now you making sure say the say the propagate. You find saying morality ne values, principles of society ne na se for no. Yen church sa na ma no. Ko ene na manipa diye. So what we are when you discipline, you will never be successful. Now, no matter this issue of Freemason, people were talking about it in as a forum, and I had this to tell some students. What to be what they said? Freemason, a man for candy a bosom be almost some bosom. You have to rethink it again, Dr. Ren. A disciplined society. That's all. It is a disciplined society, a society where they set strict rules for you. And we are saying, so obedi ya, you need to eso shamrama ho. Nipa bien wa or ya discipline at a certain level. If you are able to practice discipline at the highest level, you will never go broke. So all majority of the poor people you see around, just check and see, say, what is your level of discipline? We can't even control our own selves. And it's the reason why within we the black race has to do with the fact that we are not disciplined. Not that disciplines are discipline kekeo. Discipline in a deeper sense. That is because that is what makes us. But we can uphold those principles. And you see, lazy-minded people, the only way to justify your failure is to blame one another. Ivan, then I went to my uncle's school. Oh, me wafa, Dr. Ren, onto your school fees, or see on to Antino, media do baby, no, I said, the question is, what did you do to help yourself? But because if you always have reason to justify your failure, and in last time I catch you, I said, "Obiti baby, now I just said by 4 years, or partner we are see 100 years, we need that." Because always you have reason to justify why you are failing, and when you do that, it buy comfort for your soul. You don't need to do anything after all. By 4 years, now be by 4 years, there, may then you buy that comfort for yourself, and forever you will never go anywhere. But those who are able to pick up the challenge say, no, by phobia, it is about me, myself, and I. What can I do very successful? You understand? So it's about the mindset. And these are what religious institutions are supposed to do, especially at the time social media are so widespread that people are getting exposed to a lot of information and as a forum. What is the moral society doing to regulate? The young people will have that moral fiber within them. I'm a monko haywire. Yet grow more better crowd wadi 10 years. It's me couldn't years or no Jessica Drew. Or 10 or 10 years, 15 years. That I didn't know Kunus or no Jessica Drew. Dr. Ren. Now me know I ain't Drew say I could do a Jessica Drew. I 15 years so. A chance the moral compass of our society is lost. And government need to bring it back and ensure, say, we rebuild the moral fabrics of society again. And yes, sir, ye jana sa nkrofo we tigum na social media mo de yes ansemu no mo de ya. In the next 10 years, there will be no society. Trust me.
Do you think, say, ye didn't come away? Do you think, say, our governments, are afraid to lead the path where men and women of our society will be disciplined? Because any so the measures neighbor or the policies neighbor now or ensure say yenye discipline or ekotwa ba asofofo ntoma no a Christopher ntoma no, and so that fear no and I may ene akwa say yenja ne sa ne enko ne kwa ne kwa akopem a ne akaso yehuyanka. Do you think it's also a factor?
Dr. Ren, in our part of the world, I've been telling you, sir, leaders. They are politicians who want to capture power and stay in power. Whatever power no onfanyanyan sade sabe nkrase 77 no de fa nkra mayewa na yamwia cars ne yamfanya japade memfa me girlfriend nkwatena sabe sa nkwase ade na ye power de ye. Because we a leader now, we a visionary. Trust me, you pursue your goals, however the resistance. And chroma time now, oh yeah, the name and I'm for to bomb penakuno. But the guy resisted, stood on his ground and did what he needed to do. But we live in a society where yeah, koto elections are president Namwana sa sofo ye binuma sabi. Omo ana omodo omo nse gu so abom pa ya ma ye de nantwia beben ma ye hwie oil gu amanfo mama so sabi. Those things, you know, when you koto to that particular level now, this person gains some authority. And again, power by and now sorry down where the masses who voted for the people, no, they don't even recognize them. So that gives them that superior position and power. Dr. Ran, be advocacy and now president nobody will even mind the ball Galloway crowd watching baby. But so for no oil didn't ben shine in some no. You see high table. So I know the day, you know, that prominence, you know, has been given to them. And I know the day winner power new year, they can crack down our kwaye. Because he's also looking at the fact to say, Obi our numbers. Nyasa na sorry mabubefu among twaba mame. So that fear you the whole thing render you impotent. You can't do what you're supposed to do. It's the reason why you see this ravaging impunity that is surging. Because the politicians give utmost respect, power, and authority to some of these guys without questioning even what they do. And you know, that is the kind of society I set it up. But we are a fair-minded, independent-minded, very rational, radical, pragmatic person. He understands this social concept, social dynamics, what we need to do to ensure say we rebuild and shape society again. Trust me, you see, I can't say we are president. Now we see infrastructure where we are seeing now. We are trying to top even jet Ghana need to top or more bank account $1 million to account. Now there is a moral breakdown, a moral decay. Trust me, you become the most dangerous president ever. When you share, because in a society of this, one person can just wake up a day and you big chat to a minimum, and everything goes to ashes.
It said ye woo king, ye breaking it down kakranoa. Ebeka say, akwese wawo bana 1 to 10 years now. If you say, me Japadi the amano na echnebi mi wa obeheso obetu nto Japadi ni nyina. Exactly. Because nimdie and a yard dear bakwa. With the money panel. So the moral guidelines we need to instill and inculcate within us, and that will guide our path. Now saying and run up metis obi a interview nipa cross our America. And the interview no kase and I'm for to Ghana we still more time. Would do nyina beko school, ube wie wunya adwuma nye. So me tie no na ho ya me mobo. Cause you could see clearly say that's yes, or two kwan akwa sika, but the FN nimdia ni nyansa wa nkosua bi. Because for anybody to conclude say going to school is a wasted period, you know, clearly it shows that person is living in a different world altogether. Because his own motive about education, they say, when you're standing about education. Education isn't about it is about self-development. And Eban say Bill Gates didn't have Abeiku school. Eban say na Elon Musk didn't have Abeiku school. Those are more dropping out from school, no. At that point, na all dropping, no. Na who the obey. When you him dear. So you see, we live in a part of the world that some of these things we don't take it serious. Because say who educate or mind that Dr. Ran and know how to relate, how to do things, but I'm saying even education render or has say no, and yet in line with these principles and then as a phone, you know, the educated ones even become more dangerous than the uneducated ones. And that is how we are losing this society.
and now quite sorry them. Do you know the most dangerous person I know? A suffer original nimu preaching, not a sorry ma. But he sees himself as having close ties with God. But he is the most dangerous person in the midst of everybody around. That is the kind of society that we have built. So I think, say you pay attention to our social realm. Now you dedicate much time. And yes, sir, I say we see a sign, I see my friends say swamps. Now one your foundation. And a man for between my diner, see what thing, you check pictures. At the end, show man a book form because a diner in the foundation. A society without morals in the foundation. And that is the realm we are getting into. Can now suffer to me a live video, but church them wire on an sort of bad that. Now we entertain these things, and you go to social media, and for the past 3 days, that is what everybody is talking about it. And they are spreading such news. People are consuming, and we normalize such concepts. So we ask ourselves, say, you go on some of the platforms and Ghana for mamin for a bit more to UK ni London as a phone corner. You see a TikTok now my platform. Sometimes the language in some amount for to so more can what's now we hope. Dr. Ren, we have a lot to do as a country. We have a lot to do. So I think it's a particular area we need to dedicate my time to. Now you focus because over the years, now your politics, so we don't pay much attention to. And the last time I catch say no more land than your friends say US and as for corner. Or say media maybe has a maybe pesika. And in the macro our war mono, only time more or your double job as a form. You are making money at the same time you are raising a criminal. So if you are not careful, you are making money. You don't sit home morning, afternoon, no, come back. And they are doing their own thing. Come my culture said nature argument, nature plays about 90 to 80% in our development. So our what they see informs them, and the children what they become. So the parent is not around, everybody is not around. They are doing their own thing. So I know the day, you are raising a criminal at home because the exposure and everything. And the akra drew age, Yes, what's your now on tia? Akra to say what talking about your fee. Beginning, quite our first album your time and then relate, you wanna bet me, I know the oba but say, one institute to those principles not at the early stage now, crowding 4 years, 5 years, how against at that time you can control you can't. Because for me,
let us see the interplay of the nature no environment ne the oceano inform the thought patterns.
Yes, and it's the reason why the last time I was telling you say I have studied this research. I think that is available. I'll share the book with you. America. Why a lot of the criminals you see in America, about 90%. Grow up in foster homes and foster care. And I said, oh no, be no Do you know why? Because orientation growing, and here is where you see, say, nature play a minor role. Ehano, akrana wakwatina obinchaino. The kind of orientation that they are getting, Dr. Ren, at the foster home, at the foster care home, no. Oh yeah, your friend is saying.
Abusia Ugusu a wotie Rainbow Radio 92.4 FM. Yene nua Ivan Kyei innocent and I here to train komono ya delve into Jane Mensa the petition no, and we've also looked at morality. Mamenka will say me betnasi say ya adwumeku a mobomodia ehwe mamedi djumedi ebreo. Allo going to green ahaban tea and Timisrewa won't pay be enum ya bomodiana kope bi enum. Allo going to green ahaban tea there boa emawunya apomudini awoya abeya ni nsuo a etutototo yi enra me crash mo fancha me mentimi ama enema metwetwe nkomo fa me cra na weather no na enyenye kra And in Tibomodiana per Aluguin to Guyan Habain Tini was 077 962 36426. And answer to me afre ewo 0755 2527 877 and 0755 2527 877 and now plus 233 55 55 6787. Na just 5 no a toswa enum makumako 5 times and 6787. Na fre na bomodiana jewo aluguin to green ahaban tinibi nanom. Sanso na a year overseas a year special a year overseas student house. Running a year special promotion a year May no koso the May intake no koso din ya bomodia if you have a family member be and our friend be in Ghana up so be pursue the further studies and education there with UK the we here so bomodia na wafre a year overseas a year student house now they are in partnership with a number of universities in the UK number ensure yes smooth processes where admission is guaranteed. And in Tibomodia, a year May intake no ashasia ekoso na fre womo ewo 020-8144-3633. And now wait me afre womo plus 233-24-285-037. For overseas student house now no money din komo no mo na bra na besua ade we UK ombesa boa uwia ekwan abefa so abetimi atena krom ha overseas student house there enwa na amanfo edeba eba besua ade ewa ha sei Ivan na ye din komo
facha me who say I had ya na network ni na se phone no
me ametiase anyway enkomo na ye die ne enkomo bi a ehia na I think say nyame adom a ochina cry I think say we should try and then continue the conversation and saying oba some of a year entity and chechra mechre and it also about a year mebunu ne mabawa and painful especially painful womu I go through a year abusive relationship and they abino and non processes where I see a more healthy learning and now a healthy behavior and sana itimia more hunomma na womo timini womo partners and as womo ex partners etimi abomodnia a co-parent a year and kwadano. Now one of the things debiano a bomodia trima adwene koye in society no efa enkorano it is to say if he say you won't korane be wiase that is okay, that is enough.
Nyame God will take care of them.
Sa pepe you referee say akwara no so no ye ngenge no abedu the age of 5 echo 8 no the subconscious mind na epeki the trait womu hunu the omote the papa ye the mama ye the environment ne kire no now we're free from 5 and 8 the conscious mind is now developed it will impapa unimbone wa picking your mama ye it mamine tie swear akora ni sua mamine ebo braboni bi no ye no bia inform me the judgment of enkora no it will hwe enkora bebre no a womo end up to become abusive in a society is because many of them went through this abusive lifestyle when they were growing up and these abusive behaviors are learning behaviors it is over the mentality and the thinking of the Ghanaian and we've gone through many of these relationship and because how to get a healthy behavior it informs our judgment and it leads us to have a brain maybe TikTok so mama phone papa phone bi tum say where are the values your values no krano away Ivan.
Yes I think that is the problem and you're free say yes they oversee part of the world we come from maybe. So now I was telling you about this nature. So say we no oko foster home ne foster cares na nkra no mo ho no they are treated as candidates individuals are so it's rationing everybody is struggling for survival how would ni papa would do to no so for love mommy I would need to no so for love obi ofra bonten ba oto ade de abecha for love yes some like time so mako didi mo ba ma beda you relate among yourself the power sem the time wasem so you are raised like in a snake pit you grow on your own values so about ultimate pick values so fine want to be am pick here sometimes come the way you need to find something to eat at all costs in Nasefornum. So when you grow in such an environment, there is something that you lose. We call it empathy and sympathy. So when they come to the external world now, their orientation, perspective about life, everything is different from yours. It's the reason why they are unable to coexist with the normal society, and some get into crime lives and then as forth. So there is this research in America where majority of people in prison come from this particular background. And now say broken homes and no a free fee then a carbon thing. I told you the last time channel be a measure underbelly. Why 18-year, 13-year, 15-year girls get into prostitution and as forth. Say about 90% of such stories in Yunano a divorce at the early stage and then as a form. And we are parents now. Akrano all grew up no. We and I me your job and I made me your double you may say you wake up to a rude awakening. Akrano one kasa back but you'll be surprised.
Oh, since you cried the addition of crowd and say we do a bruni bow yantiano.
Yo, and you see yantiano also. And trait, theirs is a bit different from ours as well. So when there is that mixture, now a chance here to play out. Have you observed, say Obi go into crime life abroad, black race, they go extra. One who's an man, they go extremely extra. And a man for names for those things, and then as a form because there is a cultural clash, that blend, and there is no back way biana a man or that particular way obetimi navigate through this stormy circumstances and also finding a way. You are on your own. Whatever comes to your head, I feel say right, that is what you do. And I think that we need to revisit our social values once again. Now is the reason why the last time I was advocating said kindergarten is our school na. Yes, obi am passing English into nkram is the most dangerous thing you can do anywhere in the world. Because at that age, it no hwini afa no befa fi bia wuram enti ukofa obi a psychological no nkra no onye stable because no wa feel the mass bia odwe ne ho kwan afa so pass. Obi a sabi he doesn't even understand the psychology of nkra na sefo no. They are the very people and crano exposed to at the early stage. Ye didn't attempt, ye exposed you to way, and as a abuse akra on crabima, who didn't attempt shout and say it is better. So babu akra than so be shouted at the akrano because they lose self-confidence. And so do secondary school and the peers, they are unable to relate. And do back secondary school days, or be better cultural bass up and just economics. Do you know why? Because you're killing the self-confidence with the move. Or who say, or non so, now where they say, me class, no, madam, quack or catch it, because you didn't attempt send it here, and as a kind of way, no, attorney team.
Into who are baby to send nobu, or back or call, and many cookra and who slow cry are killing the confidence.
So where they see me teacher or the same anymore best. So the only way I obey to me approaching Nesabia Quaconomens and Navacofa Dragonum and the way higher, it will bridge that particular gap for you. So you see, nothing happens. Messages are what's not there.
And yes, my minimum brooch any pesa any tea bumps and papa, especially if you're single or yes single mother, when he said Bill said been for minimum and Jimmy said papa.
Yes, and those things, are very dangerous. Me say, I cry no that no bono. Dan so be dinner tem, and I obe shout it as the child. What shout here? What killing the confidence? Or he can't relate to his peers. Most of the drug abuse, drug is related with nina stemming from some of these things. Exposure, growing up, near man, I will get to Akrano to know. That's what they become. We are crying out, Utino, empty. She nim.
oh babe fa bibi wo wiase so de wo behu na wo fa hyem.
And that is the subconscious mind, you know. Yes. More very important. And you see, our parents, look, because of some of the teachings here, I always tell the people, say, every day, spend 1 hour with your child. You will be informed. Ubehunu ne namfufuo bi, ubehunu agro bi awodie, ubehunu nkomo bi awodie, ubehunu nneoma bi awoy. Sa woni na ni nkomo no anhwe saa nneoma no a he ubeti wani no na uba na bia okosku kura no de sekan hye ne bag mko because unya time kura ni nkomo onya free school by akwabena. How are you? I'm fine. How was school? It was okay. Na mama ne twa so eno no mama busane say why I work say you fine busane woni ni nkomo. Were you happy today? What made you sad? Any challenges? Dear the koso. You see, one of the things about one of my friend told me, one, we a teacher, you don't lead a child leading questions. You don't ask your children on leading questions. Oh, have a conversation, and a lot of times, parents, I work room, if I don't know, say you're stressed now, you go through. No, I mean, go through stress, you cry, no, pause a minute, put your stress behind you, and have a healthy conversation, and upbringing. I would better tell me. Ivan, when you see a time, quickly, you're shady away. Mass deportation, Donald Trump. Hey, there were a lot of African leaders be complain you. Colombia crowd no, they Colombia for. Colombia for president senya dia obeji one in call for intino or say wo monsan fan Colombia nko back to America. Anytime Trump say enadie Colombia for nyina no wo mo embassies e wo no yen hold on e me ma obi avisa emba de kurumu biem. Ivan, mass deportation, any effect on us as a nation, Ghana?
Oh, definitely, because Obusi anyway on a come back cry the buffia, we are see a fear jadum. Just imagine, say, what village you have been now off at America now, or any Bessie, I see a tamna at the number, the phone grow to young uncle for Idaho.
We are John Mahama, so I want the so pep a year for a remittances. No, they are building Ghana.
But you see, that is how our people need to understand. Donald Trump is one president making unpopular decisions with popular support.
And then I'm able to say to Ghana, bet me your president or bet me making a year unpopular decisions. Ghana for popular support.
Yes, that is Trump for you. Yeah, I think you see when you are honest, very frontal, you come up and you know what you want to achieve. You speak plainly. Sometimes we tend to shy away. When people get to know, say, this is who you are, trust me, they will come back to love you. And that is the kind of idea Trump awareness. Idea now, it's so unpopular. But our popular support. Why? Because Abra campaign no cost. That was his message. Not all channel out too. But go and look at the vote. Even the Latinos, the blacks, other people, no microphone na ye deport you no. Or microphone no America no. They even voted for him. Because you see, adia bakwa Biden na time me. I'm living in Ghana. But sometimes when I watch CNN, na me share that intrusion. Oh, head number of people are bag about mochi and krasi binum konso. Dr. Ren, just put yourself in their shoes. What you mind? Now, in a day, you have about 2,000, 3,000 people crossing border, entering that country. Now, where are they? Which country in the world can survive that particular intrusion? You can't. So that is the mistake these people did. And unfortunately for them, their media, your friends and allies, like CNN on every day was showing these things on TV. So people saw it and they got angry. How can you allow, because America man for sure say far from coil and you know, but the rate at which yesterday I saw a data
South America Hong Kong in the year 2022 nipa omuram 750,000 people are from across the border 750,000. Dr. Ren,
Mexico on Kwan easy 200 and something thousand.
Yes, 750. So you can imagine which country can survive this. And your mom war my no free say na say ba mobile don be ji adwuma ye. Ba mobile because ana ansemmuna na sanka ho ne say I don't know motive ana Biden dey sir. Omo wuram na omo the taxpayers money high hotel migrants no. Yeah, oko places like your friends saying
yeah, they say a human right to until see a bomb who buy
so you cut the yes, I understand that, but you cut the incoming. But what be about that people are coming? You are using taxpayers' money to high expensive hotels for them. Then you are giving people $400 each. Hey, Dr. Ren.
$400.
More double shift and then I say for taxes no mutua no more de yes I never way o. And what your mind no more naturally no a better buffo. And untina people voted in the way they voted. And then now no from a human right perspective, then I say for them time and you expect to say on yes sir, but he has the support of the people from the ground because they voted overwhelmingly for him. And he needs to deliver. Trump is a populist politician. I don't know why the camera be I actually we say me yeah. On the Mexico for standoff, we plane to go and almost say I'm plane landed. No, sir. Then this week, every goose be ever be made the 25% tariff at Toso. My me revoke mo nyina mo visas mo busia for na mo nam for. Na 1 week be Toso me the tariff no 50%. Ottawa Mexico president, Colombia president for phone chance. Okay, they play no or money Messi. You see, because this is a hard guy. I not decided to obey. You can't go into because America no or here visa to come to Mexico or better to come to Colombia. Trump no by there or power and see how that you need a visa to come. You understand? So our upper hand, and these are some of the tactics he's been using in negotiating. So I think that border when you can't blame him that much. And there is something you also need to understand. That America is shifting from globalization to domestication.
Into Ghana first, American first.
Exactly. That is the protectionist approach. The protectionist approach Trump are taking over the years. And some majority of the American people have accepted it. They think that there is this alien invasion of their country by some foreign individuals or more and as a forum. But if you understand where America is coming from, you could see that I had same immigrants and no build the America.
The non-citizens on the ICE, ICE, non-detained docket with final orders of removal by country of citizenship. Ghana because I'm say ehona eja ye free ntini Ghana ni padodo ababe todwa se ene de ye ken Donald Trump de womo ebeko ye krum Ghana first batch na womo abeko ni padodo no wono aye ready se wombede wombeko no 3,228 Ghana for dodo or de womo abeko krum as we speak now no. And then Kamene, you number kwa no a detention center, ASC between Como. Dodo no detention center, or my ready and channel. You don't go PM Ghana.
Yeah, it's sad, Dr. Ren. And sometimes me, I don't feel comfortable living in another man's country without documents. They can like sometimes. What you near my fear, Chiwabontina, form that kind of like an Americano. And sometimes you can't blame the people. You say the Pamobi and Pamobi. Sometimes I had desperation and a man for it to quite be mine so. Or my culture say yet to chrome highs and can near man in place. Come on for some continue be mine. Oh, maybe you have a particular idea or what I say. But abanasa, yeti hana ya been saying ye man ye. So it is forcing people out. And yenuanom Ghana for na sebi sit omako situation we ma omobano. A burden to them, to their family. And if you walk and say, oh, here your foreign exchange sources about Chrome ha. Obinam America, what does our documents, only documents, so they are able to send remittances home. And they want to grow the economy then as a foreign. But in this case, there is nothing that the government can do. There is nothing that government can do. So I just wish say, or more unfortunately, number of victims on Babano. Yenja omungum sa keke na government to be pay special attention because obi o ha ye ne tra play no na dwen kra ti metefaso because the psychological trauma na se for no enya de ketwa
Who's say by now don't be do dia see etiminya a psychologist be psyche o me see nya a camp bi do yenuanom be kwa kwotena be 1 week bi na psyche o mo ne age o mo telephone numbers na ja aban na timi abo o mo na wotimi ahwe na o metimi abeka yenuanom ye ho e wo Ghana na o mo ne atena.
Yeah, not just sakeke kra, find a way of integrating them into society and making sure that at least these are persons of interest that go through certain things at least. You said that your friend said the ideal brain is the devil's workshop. But we don't care. That is our problem. I know people. I said this is not the first time I deported people from America. So follow immigration where every year thousands of people about Ghana through deportation. The only difference is that Trump will not put a spotlight on it. That is the only difference.
Oh, last year, crowd Britain, so Ghana for over 100 and a year, close to 120 year do Ghana.
Omba de bia ba ombedrua bisa ho say kwan be ne fa so obedrua e wa na wa wakon moduro we mfo bia ho. That's the society we live in. Me say society na yet.
They say o Canada kwesi society there. Sa abebu e say se wunya sika dia abusuan pe but abusuan pe ka no sa na Ghana yanka se yesuban ti o.
Oh na say winim dada. Enti obi ka kiro sa na Ghana ye Christo mine na se for no ma e ben na no ansa nka wo besie wasisu ama no. We are just hypocrites. We don't care. Because Abrofono will never do that. Now what you cry and say report ukunu ya abusive na se for no ma. Look at the way quickly they come in to resolve some of these things because omunin are things that has to do with the human welfare, social systems and then as a form. You need to make sure say nipa bedi because that is something you cannot take away from anybody. But obi awakwa in America, for instance, be at 10 years. Wawari awo. Unfortunately, no nyanya documents. Onam abonti onam store okoto ade abra na ba ofie na ya chi na abonti ya chi wa ya ma ukofie o. Edi wu ja wo yire na wo ma unhu omu biem ya tam wa hye chen mu do abetena kuroma sei. Oba ebeteki a number of years and sana what me apply even for visa to go back to see your own kids. You see how terrible it is. So such persons back home you need to as a country, at least do something to help them. Sabaya they will once again be on their feet. But society na no be am for be ho na make a kire no. Edu ba waba obanuma duro kese emfa kwabrane ho woti anye ye kura busuan asen aba betom no yasen bedi watam se wo yakwase mpanyini na akwa na me ye wa mobra na sefo no
any neighborhood one cry e ka jo se pari ye shiketa homo ba ye
edi na otwo na manam for them set into so hey we kwase we okotana America ya pam na man. You see, that is the society we live in. So I think Trump there the oil. But it is, and it's also a big lesson to us. We need to do things right. You see, because this domestication and protectionist agenda na asas, asas we Europe.
Oh yes, recently say you have say Britain has say gidi pa nye easy. As you say cry there, one more call parliament we cry nye easy. Abranti be our call parliament nye easy. Nigel Farage, one more year about a friend is made in Britain first. This are easy.
Because that is the approach will be a call. Until one year man ye na kotono be chrome crowd when you save BM. So why can't we learn lessons from these things? But they have politicians and the year we twa plenty kita man ko America na kwaje citizens me say ye yare and ye tikro me say
unim say ye twam in Nigeria for ni bibu afusa de ye twa ye friend say citizenship by birth no na ebe ha adwene
na bi a wonya ho ni wo ha won say because we are not ready to build our own country. I think some of these harsh decisions are in order. It will also help us to put our houses to order. Na any free day ma sorry say bununu ne yedi. Now we need to force politicians to do the right thing and fix this country. And yes, all back to V8, no them no, I'm not corner or banner to. We need to.
Ivan Meda say akaye 2 minutes as ye my muso. Finally, 1 minute. Udi jay na me shows nyame odomochina. Ye behena ye se mrebe mu ana ye betimi edi nkomo na go on the other matters.
Yeah, I think that Michelle be out here na ye making sure say politics na other way, and there are other areas we also need to look at. And I'm happy saying that you brought this conversation up. One of these days, you're focusing on the social aspect of our lives, not some of the things that we can do, because I think that there are a lot of things people are missing. And there is a reason for everything. So we need to be informing and educating ourselves as we move on. You bet me build the society as safe for us, and I think that is the best that we can do. So Michelle will be all landing UK baby out OTA and Biano.
Yebeda was saying Ivan the assembly to just say our struggle is a noble one. It is a struggle not for ourselves, but these little ones who deserve to live in dignity, peace, and prosperity.
And only the competence to sit at that particular place. And I think that even beyond that, she must be prosecuted for taking away that particular right from the people. Because Dr. Ryan, you see, say as a country, now you're making sure say actions have consequences. We will continue to mess ourselves up. A new government by one when GNA and many party among for the position. Do you know why people are happy? Do you know why people take cameras and as for do offices? Do you know why people are doing that? Because they think that if you mess up, you go free. Because say, you will live in an environment. You are in the UK. Your mom for position. What to say your quiet party in as a for baby? Because it's a responsibility in government that has been given to you. You will be judged by what you do, not the name you carry there. You will be judged by your deeds, the legacy you're going to leave behind, not the name you carry there, where you come from, who your friends are, what your associations are. So, idea. So, we are Cremonia, we are Christonia, we are Bosonsunia, we are atheist. In your quiet moment, you go and consult your own self. How you bet me deliver to the people? I due diligence. I do the right thing. But the higher party, your friends are fanfare. Because if I mess up, there are no consequences for nobody. Because that is the kind of culture of impunity that we've created in this country. So people do anything and they get away with it. So it is about time my culture says establish that conventional deterrence. That should be a framework guiding politics, governance, and leadership in this country going forward. So this is a crime the Mensa can never get away with. But in our part of the world, sometimes we say, damn the one party mo, Sanema way across we and Yaman one was a software best lie, a president, or catch and say, your power child, man, and tenancy, and Yaman one. Because we live in a sick society. A society is so immoral, but we pretend we are moral. So all these criminal activities, you have people intervening. A software na him for, Kromana a software na him for, a chaupa no mopa, so that people can escape crime, people can escape responsibility, and this is the culture you're creating. So I'm looking forward to say, President will not treat this thing with a pinch of salt, because you see. The constitutional framers saw the need to include this particular thing. Say,
in a situation like this, you know, say nipa no ne role na or play no endanger the prospect of our democracy, it take away public trust and confidence. We need to remove that person. And this is not going to be the first time. Akufo-Addo ya ode maame ba ya nkasa ye hu kwan of aso a odi yi ye fancy Charlotte say free ho. So it's doable. And I think the indiscretions of Charlotte say or ye bibia is nothing compared to what these people have done in the last 7 to 8 years mean. And I'm sure it's about time the president will take this petition serious, because it's not just about the Mensa, it is about the larger Ghanaian society having confidence in state institutions once again. Or the electoral commissioner is Sihono, Ubenya Tetebia, say, or a director of way, or to me a press conference, no Bakam Krasekasa, yeah, actually Ghana for no, I find a word catch us a register no 2016 to 2014, and I said be a morning we are crowd woman, yeah, the Twaba. And the people who are complaining about the integrity of the paper should shut up. This is somebody who is paid by taxpayer making such reckless infantile comment in public domain at a press conference, but he got away with it because he knows we are a bunch of your friends saying some kind of, I don't want to use certain words to describe us. We are divided by politics. About the idea Sebi. Abnormal human beings who justify these things and defend him. He said these things and got away with it. Yenimbabi omukofa eye we free eye apiahene. Somebody out in radio who defend President Kofa no by. So it's about the integrity of a commission that is supposed to be neutral, that is supposed to be independent, that is supposed to be your friend saying onye independent, that all discharge a sacred responsibility for the people of this country and to deepen the ties of our democracy and embolden the foundations of our democracy. So I think these people have crossed their Rubicon. Say they will be back. So President Mahama should take it serious and seek to it. Say petition on their banner. Say who's a merit woman. It should do the needful and get these people out. That is the only way confidence can once again return to these institutions. And I'm sure, we need to do this thing. It shouldn't be based on witch hunting. Because of, we are Bantino. No. You go through the concerns being raised by these individuals. Now you have merit, and I believe, there are merits somewhere in this particular petition with a few portions that I read. Because the complaints are already out there. The facts are already out there. So there is no time to be going out there to fish for evidence to justify the claims as contained in those letters or in those petitions.
The former Attorney General, Ni Aikwe Otu, say senior a petitioner and then some more de kono. Water down the petitioner no a year Kwame Fusua say somehow the queen in a because Wakasa is in incompetent. And yes, ECN and so declare John Dramani Mahama as president. Tidian the chese is no a incompetent. No, no, Susu say a friend say, Ofa a year as somewhere brand and a day conwa. In your swan our day conodie a very, very weak.
I think a lawyer Atukwe Otu is a very experienced lawyer, and you should not also forget Abanye Kwame na oyeti brekese okahubi, and the mention by electoral commissioner okahubi no by so you don't expect him to say anything different from what he has said. But I think the perspective of speaking from is very narrow, because the mere fact the mention and declare John Mahama president doesn't take away the fact or demonstrate incompetence. Dr. Ren, now Charlotte say onye declare Akufo-Addo president. It take away the fact now you say you're incompetent. It doesn't matter. If election when you lose or lose. So is he saying the mention could have done something to tilt the electoral results and answer saying no? The outcome is so incontrovertible, you can do nothing about it. And that was a factor. All that the Electoral Commission needed to do was to replicate the concerns and I said the legitimate will being expressed by the people of this country. So that particular thing there, but the underscoring thing no has to do with trust, confidence, and then idea man for GDA na hotoso a man for the electoral commission. Anya she no. There are a lot of public survey polls and research out there. Gauge the level of trust the general public no the electoral commission. Dr. Ren, you can read the results to the people out there. These things are out there. You could see clearly say public trust and confidence in this institution are winning considerably due to the conduct and the behavior of the individuals are not or more as superintendent over these institutions. So the issue of her being incompetent, has absolutely nothing to do with the declaration of John Mahama as president. And I think that the fact on the ground, I support it. Because so we have some of the decisions they've taken in the past. Yet to crow man, I say, even registration in as a fire crown, or be from constituency, or they should go to the district capital. No monquire registration. So you have people queuing up at the electoral commission. We know the sort of inconveniences some of these things created. And the fact that it denied a lot of people access to go and register. The pressure and the staffer, the back and forth for political parties in the NASA forum and several others. I enter an electoral commission says I hooping over 80 million. They require a new register. Then they see I'm a catch and say require Irish verification in NASA forum. Dr. Ren, yet Hana, I spending over 80 million a new register. No, Obi to Pussiga, meaning said the internet level. I will Pussiga city. 80 million infiltrate the whole robust so-called IT system of the Electoral Commission. A transfer, man for. Or competence, when you claim you have built a robust system, a Ghana force you finance it. And again, DVD machines are very sensitive materials. Elections and so for something under lock and keys. Look at the circumstances in a manner. And look at how are these people through their public utterances, public trust in the Electoral Commission and as a form. At some point in time, and ya Ghana for na ya Ghana for and beyond politics, be ya what ties I had the G who didn't as a for. Dr. Ren, the Electoral Commission may just to my way. So I think that
okay dear my main fa asemwa ora Dr. Mahmoud Baumia ede atuja emra wokopie mu ewo yenuanom Nigeria mem was say the earlier a year concession in 2024 polls was for Ghana's democracy and a year peace. Na just say uhwe a year a friend say asemwa odi atuja no dia na chese wo chese se nyese wo be kan intent temukra no ahweni ananka se ne ewu ken kebesi na ekrampo no chempa ansa na yisi wo declare 2020 about to ekrampo ye still and yenye hunu the normal of figures are the final figures are ECD declare a year the president Nanado Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
Yeah, Dr. Ren, me say the incompetence of the Mensa ne crew no and yet debatable. It's not up for a debate. And yes, let me take you back to 2020. For the first time in the history of this country, you saw the tension that Okroma say. We had an electoral commission coming out with the electoral figures. At some point, okay, can percentages in maybe a 110, maybe a 115, maybe a 101. A highly contested elections. You know what is at stake when it comes to presidential elections. That particular errors, not a grounds for electoral violence in the forum. John Mahama na budget tomb and everything was forgiven. Even though a court in the forum. But if the opposition party then resisted based on the numbers, na oye na bin say on fan court na ebe kono abontia. Ebi anka me no nka na yente ha. And I agree with Dr. Baumia when he said, say, the early concession. And in our previous interview, I told you, even immediately he conceded, and I even wrote it on Facebook, say, not me, I'm very proud of him as a vice president because of that particular decision that he took. Because there are people who might try to water down the impact of that early concession, but what the politics are saying now, Nema na eye asteka. Trust me, you look for Bawumia and thank him for his early concession. And President Mahama cry later. Yakaya no, or also the betoso. But Dr. Ren, this early Sunday morning tension was cooking because people had already did their own, your friend is saying, putu computation putu figures together. Omunim dia wene na dia wene ye. Electoral Commission is what is said be bosom. Not even a single constituency. And a Jemensa can boom. And the foolish justification they were putting out there, and they say, political party supporters are quite offices are boss no yen to me. The question is, a ban saying a political party supporters are quite office boss because they didn't trust you. The root cause, and they say they didn't trust you because they knew that we are biased. And you know, if there is anybody at all to blame, I said this is not the first time I hear elections will come out of that Ren. The better election political party supporters are quite GEC offices are about to say, yeah, my coalition. So for that particular thing to happen, no, you need to go back and ask why, because people didn't have trust in the Electoral Commission. That is why some of us were asking, say, my men don't resign even before the elections. And the Bawumia concession, you know, and a clear way, at this delay, all the probable tension they cooking up in the morning. And then the MPP and other people gave up, say, okay, there is nothing to fight for because the person or Banokrana Jiatum say wa Lusua, then you can be more Catholic than the Pope. So there is absolutely nothing at stake to fight for. And that saved us on that particular Sunday. Trust me. Let no man deceive you. So that particular comment number Umiaka and Okrano further no LDP that session say the Mensa Electoral Commission ain't yet credible enough. They are not competent. They are very dangerous. They are not fair to continue to run such a sensitive institution. There are a lot of individuals who can come on board to once again bring glory to the institution. The mere fact that NDC in the Warsaw Mahama president does not mean that you go and bring Obi or no see NDC ni. And you see that is the very dangerous precedent that Kufuor yeah. Well, we know where Jemensa is coming from. Nikunu na sefo no ma part of this government yeah Juma. And just imagine no be set examples just imagine say ne John Mahama buy also afa say dun ketia so Electoral Commission. Nti Ghana for betimi akasa. You understand?
Yeah, in Quebec, didn't see a Becca because a Kufuor etwa Sanoa aja Mahama's betimi afaso, especially a Kufuor ye crowd here. A lot of opinion leaders, a year chiefs and a year religious body leaders we bring no account to, especially our glow for you.
Exactly. That is how hypocritical society we have become, unfortunately. That is why I get so pissed off when everybody moving from your friends the whole world
oh na see asum nyame Israel nyankopon no an yekofa eye aboba ba ye de ba besi eye asori dan se nyame ya na yesum no.
Dr. Ren, and damn the winning party me nyame na yesum no nyankopon kora bi ote no he knows that Ghana for and worshiping. We are just damn hypocrites. Cause you subine near my no and reflect it near my Christopher ye.
The way I share white here, your finance minister share white your coat to a friend is saying buy boomy sambalat need to buy a scene. Yamina yesum you.
Finance minister no ko to 2 balance na hwan so hu na wie ye economy de waja no ho no ka cha say ye border ma sometimes no kan nipa njinni yankopon na yesom na akomamo how you relate to one another, how you be good to one another, how you help impact on others, how our betimi teach society morality, how society can be disciplined. Nyamesom no, that is it. Being good to one another and then as a form. Now what we bokro no area sika. The other be hospital amount kra. Eduana nkra bedi o de makamanya ondi. And you call yourself a Christian. So me, some of these things and I think it's just way sometimes when it comes to that particular line, I get angry. Because for my background, I told you I'm a Christian, I'm a Catholic. and the way I want to see Christianity and the way you behave, that is not what I see. So sometimes when I see these people, yes, answer, because there is this rude awakening, some bush-minded individuals. I say yes, you know, I'm gonna do school. Social media and other platforms or more. And then we don't even see decent Christians. And it's unfortunate. And I think that it is time as you pay attention to our moral faculties. Now you're making sure say you're come. Because once we lose that line, and then also for to be that, also for now, that and on Philly side, Timber social media justify why. Oh no, be that.
Any about Kubia Bakra, no cry the latest news a man for come once more. You see a friend a prophet to Jabba, so we are wiring and a crowd support.
You see, so that is how shameless our society has become. And this group of people, they are all coming from one place. So, Kroma, or more money who are dear, Yamia, Biatro, Monasefo, coming from your friend saying, Kumase.
Oh,
and a prophet of more Kroma, about 80% of your home free. And in Yankopo Druano or Chambe, Bia, Kumasino could be your money. It's funny. We need to get serious. We really need to get serious in this country. You see, and yet miracle be any baby or Dr. Ren. It is about being disciplined, do what is right. And we don't teach this thing in the church no more. When was the last time I would say so preaching morality and as a forum? And sometimes some of the stories now I will hope. And you see, this kind of trivial mindset, they've even extended it to some of our guys, even in abroad. You want and as a for no, and the pastor will chrome her or $100 and as for softener sell and a bussy and tell Muntino, or be or how to London, or then the mamma yaka, or then the papa Nini and Mayaka, Nebusi and your Ghana hire prophet, And what is supposed to go to the family goes to them. When you know they talk cast near the yen near Mahunu near the farm Kramaiwa. It's funny. And you see, I think that these are topics that we need to look at it some of the days. Now, because our prophet, they are all coming from the same enclave. And you know, it's not as if so you don't know. The way they operate are the same thing. And I'm catch say those times now, Okoto, Mpabwa, Okwa, Nifa near the rubber show and send you a their shame, no kind those way. Whenever I was near turn left amount. Sa business na chum, and as Uncle Phone in a 10 year Bible. And I don't know they bought Podi Amamfwaza, and Yenya maybe an almost no. Trust me. We need to go back and revisit the moral fabrics of our society and work and make sure say it becomes workable once again. Because I understand there are genuine people, they can teach people well and as for them. We can lose, but the society is losing everything. And everywhere we commit evil, we don't even look back. We don't even recognize idea and yet. And the whole impact na who politics, your opportunity to steal. And the sector biasa and sasa onko the next day near palm white in the masoro there mu ye huru cause a kwina bia mo na busuan for yen so aduru yeso ye be
any yentie de eye asofu bi kan ye yentie no so onim eye because matisen nkofo akase Yesu Kristo kura wo frachim amanfo akase ohwe the way Ghana ne tie no Yesu Kristo behunu TV so o say wo frachim yentie o say osofu obinim o so onim eye nyankopon
Adam nankasa na ye born by na Adam and Eve ne ye born na wo dadada na I saw them. Meaning Adam and Eve.
Angel, you are saying on TV.
Me say I know.
People
I saw them.
You.
Jesus Christ. I be family for spiritual question. Say when Adam, when Eve, when Abraham, when Moses. You know, I know them. By
Ususu say, "O shed the way or ye bold no." Unyini say he knows Adam ne Yesu Christo. Just say, oh, can I say I know them.
In the first place, this guy is an ignorant guy. He doesn't even know about the concept religion. That is to start with. Because you see, I think it's a big mistake say in the name of spirituality, people do a whole lot of stupid things and they get away. Dr. Ren, religion is a concept on its own. What is a medical school? You can't go to the hospital and operate. You know that.
Oh, yes, yeah.
If you are not a trained professional as a nurse, you can't. So what makes people think that religion is a concept you can approach it from a perspective of being naive? You go there and advertise stupidity and ignorance, and that is exactly what these people are doing. And because they are overwhelmingly uninformed, and some now cannot craft because no educated mind out to the concept of religion and send a public and making such a silly comment. Oh, can't be fair. But Anam said he's coming from a background where he's highly uninformed, so ignorant, and they hide behind spirituality, and he talks this nonsense. And Anam says society now teams, so nobody hold anybody accountable. No, he gets away with it.
People also believe him, Pao.
Now, Nyankopon bo wiase no obo nyansafo sheda bon kwasiafo de na otu ye fraye o. So don't never forget that. Never forget that.
So do you think as a society, what can we do to help the people? Is to say beyond we are ignorant and men like these take advantage of them. Do you think it's about time, the laws of the country you share one more preaching, taking advantage on the vulnerables and then deal with them?
Yes. So you see, West in America, people might think it's a bit harsh, but that is the reality. So I was started from that note, or you understand what I'm saying, Dr. Ren. Whenever there are two categories of people. Say there are those who are so stupid to the extent, and so ignorant. On their own, they can't survive. That is their vulnerability. And there are those who are very smart and on their own, they can survive. So this is here where governance, okay, my main sign kind of say, there are those who are weak. There are those who are strong. There are those who are, your friends saying, healthy, and there are those who are not healthy. So it goes the other way around across board. A whole name the concept governance, a boom. So we institute government. Now you submit your will, your right to that particular government to regulate, and it becomes the sole responsibility of the government to protect everyone, including the vulnerable. So these charlatans here who in the system, it is the responsibility of government to protect those who are vulnerable from these guys. Because Anamakacho said, Nyankopo we has never assumed say we are yansani. Oh yes, sir, you are making the concept of sociology who study now what's in the past here. You know, say some people from birth are very stupid. They can't take care of themselves. They always need somebody to take care of them. That is where the state comes in. So it is the responsibility of the state to ensure, say, these people are taken care of. Dr. Ren. Basawan yes, sir. Na se jatum na ukase obianya di opa. That is where these things come in.
So would you say, sir, we need a regulatory body a bear up and doing to check some of these pastors, reverend ministers, evangelists, senior making sure so we'll have a disciplined and a healthy society where people will not use religion to take advantage, to steal. Na eja omesa ba betwa wo mo ho na oma form ekuobi na akwa some de omo untouchables, because example here pastor idie ya abeto edwe ojaba o say prophet ojaba o say no be for manimu a o mario kakra na wi mario kakra no keja umfiri ho na den na mario kakra upese uba na abeje me boso me yire krampo ebompae bo me mere bompa ye mpo kan ubi mpo na me den meja wo. So clearly no utimi hu say enipa no a yetim no Ghana fo no a mo yeti kuro ni mo no adwene no you could see say baby a yadwene ne wo no baby a our thinking no no akwa say we swallow and take anything from religious leaders without even having in-depth a friend is saying research about even the religion no because over a year Ghana kruno a team no we call ourselves Christian nation, yes. 70% per Ghana statistical department 70 to 75% of the entire population here Christopher granted says anetie na so says na anetie dia how comes and reflecting into the lives of our people ema ye hunu no say we are a society where morality no adea ewosoro and I say a society where hunu no say sebio yen selflessness was so and answer say a society where yen corrupt. But here is the case where 70% or 70 to 75% a year Christopher and so per society are very corrupt. Ghana can be. Do you think it is because many people don't even have the understanding of the religion that they follow? Because I say, yeah, we meet too me mommy a Methodist, me papa a Methodist, until we don't really research. Me papa in Kramoni, me mami in Kramoni. So we don't really research and even know about the religion that we are following. And if we research, what are the do's and don'ts of the religion I here follow? No?
Yeah, Dr. Ren, my man can't say when you be a OT bia. Adia, your friend, Nipa, your friend, God. Otia sasi we swa. On a yard, your friend, discipline. Anything discipline is God. The akasa obi sum nyame a na ye obi a oye very enya discipline is obi a oye principal person o otwe asem twan yo me kire obi a oye very disciplined obi oye discipline bia godly, and being disciplined is something we the black race you lack. I'm telling you, we are not disciplined at all. So you see there is a gap. We can't fail. So we need to change the course. Akwasa wakwatena examination ho na the paper ato wanim. Na I say to myself. Bia me enra usia my father. And I catch on say okay, then let me write my father. Now in me kwa obema me be because myself and my father there say. So and morality na say a leader no abaye miracle. And because we know, say, naturally we are not disciplined. We cannot do what is required of us to become Christians. And I say, you ever fix it, whatever that is needed. Is the reason why church now by a magic and a miracle.
Is it and also can be nice and they yentimi mompaye my we just you could trace because will be mompaye mfamaye will be nya konchre mfamaye.
Yes, because the etiquette aye moral way no ayra eniho. Because these are things you teach. If you go to other countries like your friend said Japan, and then or might be Norway, say they are atheists. Majority of the people are atheists. But it is one of the moral society you can find anywhere in the world. So you see that thing. This is an atheist society. But this is one of the most moral society. Oko Japana, how many worship God? Some don't even believe in God.
Omu papa no edina to the capital city Tokyo no. Abakwasem chirese emra the Portuguese no. Any the Brits no ebo modern de Christosum any the Romans this Christosum kodu wono. Omu hunu se Christosum no a free Europe aba wo mo no. Bomodin asay wo mo culture into owura no e friend Tokyo the capital city ye de atono no obomodin ache asofofo anu mo bo apo edi nsemu ono no edi nsemu ego contrary against the norms and cultural practices of the Japanese no o me ache wo mo twitwa wo muti nti ye twitwa nkofo over 5,000 evangelists, pastors, preachers, and one more Japan. I'm over banning Christianity any in so based on assembly be free no about so if you cannot prove it there or say for onyame so no call and we bo modern streamline you know.
Yes. That last day, few days ago, I had a discussion with a medical doctor friend of mine, very heated arguments. Now, or say Christianity, MY, and I disagree. The last time I think I made that argument on this particular thing, and I told you, said the best thing that has happened to this world is a religion. But because how perceive and I'm not turning out to be something different. Because religion, that kind of Christianity, religious we need new year. And Kadia nipa bayano. So
agree with me. I want someone can say religion in the hand of a bad person shall be used to propagate an agenda of evil. The same way religion in the hands of a good person shall be used to propagate an agenda of good deeds.
Exactly. That is said a play. Because so called the days of hunting and gathering now. Doctor, I don't know you so we banner comment now. Otimbe jato o daimushino. Tisa we are the cock. He doesn't care about say ubewana and fanaho. So but some of these things has been able over the years and pass certain moral your friend saying elements to be into us. And then yet media sustain empathy, this has to be done. But our generation way no sanemano now me can't about Japan. Okay, Japan, majority of the people they are not Christians, but they value morality. And these are the core principles of discipline that you need to be godly. And see, me say Africa there, ope sanka nyankopon ba na heaven bi wo ba bia. Ope mo a obe pamo mo free line no ma black we the Africans. Yen so na ye gi anim say ye ko heaven. Because even go to abroad. Yen we anam mo cross nsuo from ye fence Libya to Spain na se for nom. Okwa obi a wabu mra so a waba no. Those who go there to seek asylum na se for nom. Men can nyina, but go and look at some of the treatment abrofono dem a ebinom. Koyi amanfo free nsuo so on daily basis rescuing people na say for the conditions in the omodu omofam. Can we say the same thing about us? Adabia yankasa yenuyanam kwampono. Look at what we do to them. So you see, idea ye very dangerous. Ne say obia onim nyansa na wa man kwan na in the name of Okura Bible. Na all misinform a man for. Because Dr. Ren, to me sorry nka say your friend is saying me da ye me nananom ayi akire me and I say Nyankopon Bible de hon konkona be wura me mu enti metimi aye cesarean section enti hospital mon for ba pem for me ye ne cesarean section. Can you do that?
Ibeka swabodam.
But why are people doing it in the name of this whole may suffer? I have lived in a hospital, trust me. Now yate consulting room, Dr. Ray, in a day, you can have about 4 or 5 people or about you against medical advice. You know, they are coming for discharge. You know, no coffee. Obi or a diabetic when you wound over the 9 you know the implication DSC or say or call TB Joshua Obi a diabetic also call TB Joshua when never buy house on any panel down because some of these things that they see. Some of these, your friend is saying, Nema air cost in the spiritual world, no? Because these people, nobody is protecting them because naturally they are vulnerable. They are vulnerable. They need to be protected. Now, in the America in the past, no suffer to me boy sorry man, no amount poison or see a co heaven. Now I'm on no kumuna no not tiase. Assisi bebre. So I think the state need to come in at this time to regulate your moral society, no, just to ensure say there are lines and then I say for them. Say yes, sir, trust me, we will lose this society because the high speed at which we are driving, you know, is very dangerous, very risky, and we need to put a stamp on it. I am not against osophobia, no, but you see, the air cost sometimes osha air can new and we are Christian now share the Christianity yen and say Otowana or Sekra film.
And I think that is what we need to do to regain the dignity of Christianity and other religion. Our emra back. Now you're making sure, say, yes, the propagate, you find saying, morality, ne values, principles of society, ne nase for no. Yan churches are near mano. And then the money per day. So what we are when you're disciplined, you will never be successful. Now, no matter this issue of Freemason, people were talking about it in as a forum. And I had this to tell some students. What to be now what they said? Freemason, a man for candy, a bosom be almost some bossoma. You have to rethink it again, Dr. Ren. A disciplined society. That's all. It is a disciplined society, a society where they set strict rules for you. And we are say, so obedi ya, you need to eso shamrama ho. Nipa bienwa or ya discipline at a certain level. If you are able to practice discipline at the highest level, you will never go broke. So all majority of the poor people you see around, just check and see, say, what is your level of discipline? We can't even control our own selves. And it's the reason why within we the black race has to do with the fact that we are not disciplined. Not that disciplines are discipline kekeo. Discipline in a deeper sense. That is because that is what makes us. But and we can uphold those principles. And you see, lazy-minded people, the only way to justify your failure is to blame one another. Ivan, then I went to my uncle's school. Oh, me wafa, Dr. Ren, onto your school fees, or see on to Antino, media do baby, no, I said, the question is, what did you do to help yourself? But because if you always have reason to justify your failure, and in last time I catch us, obiti baby, no, I just said by 4 years, or partner, we are 100 years, we need that. Because always you have reason to justify why you are failing. And when you do that, it buy comfort for your soul. You don't need to do anything after all by 4 years. Now, be by 4 years, dear, may then you buy that comfort for yourself, and forever you will never go anywhere. But those who are able to pick up the challenge say, no, by phobia, it is about me, myself, and I. What can I do to make things different? Those people are very successful. You understand? So it's about the mindset. And these are what religious institutions are supposed to do, especially at the time social media are so widespread that people are getting exposed to a lot of information. And as a forum, what is the moral society doing to regulate? The young people will have that moral fiber within them. I'm a monko haywire. Yet to grow my better crowd wadi 10 years. It's me couldn't me as ordinary Jessica Drew. Or 10 or 10 years, 15 years. That I didn't know Kunus ordinary Jessica Drew. Dr. Ren, now me know I engineer Drew say I could do a Jessica Drew will be. I 15 years so. A chance the moral compass of our society is lost. And government need to bring it back and ensure, say, we rebuild the moral fabrics of society again. And yes, sir, ye jana sa nkrofo we tigum na social media mo de yes ansemu no mo de ya. In the next 10 years, there will be no society. Trust me.
Do you think, say, ye didn't come away? Do you think, say, our governments, are afraid to lead the path where men and women of our society will be disciplined? Because so the measures neighbor or the policies neighbor not or ensure say yenye discipline or ekotwa ba asofo for ntoma no a Christo for ntoma no. And so that fear and I may akwa say yenja ne sa ne enko ne kwa ne kwa akopem a ne akaso yehuyanka. Do you think it's also a factor?
Dr. Ren, in our part of the world, I've been telling you, sir, leaders. They are politicians who want to capture power and stay in power. Whatever power no unfanyans are there, Sabian class, 17 the fan cramayoa, na yamia cast, and yamfanya japadia, men fam a girlfriend and quatana, Sabi, Sanquasia, the nana yaja power there. because we a leader now, we a visionary. Trust me, you pursue your goals, however the resistance. And chroma time now, oh yeah, the name man, and I'm for to bomb penakuno. But the guy resisted, stood on his ground and did what he needed to do. But we live in a society where koto elections are president namhona sa sofo ye binuma sabi. Omo ana omodo omo nsegu so abom paya ma ye de nantwia beben ma ye hwie oil gu amanfo mama so sabi. Those things, when you koto to that particular level now, this person gain some authority. And again, power by and now sorry down way the masses who voted for the people, they don't even recognize them. So that gives them that superior position and power. Dr. Rand, be advocacy in and now president nobody will even mind ball Galloway craft watching baby. But so for no oil didn't shine in some no. You better confident see high table. So I know the day, that prominence has been given to them. And I know the day winner power new year, they can crack down our kwaye. Because he's also looking at the fact say obi our numbers. Nyasa na sorry mabubefu among to abamame. So that fear factor comes in. And the whole thing render you impotent. You can't do what you're supposed to do. It's the reason why you see this ravaging impunity that is surging. Because the politicians give utmost respect, power, and authority to some of these guys without questioning even what they do. And that is the kind of society I set it up. But we are a fair-minded, independent-minded, very rational, radical, pragmatic person. He understands this social concept, social dynamics, what we need to do to ensure say we rebuild and shape society again. Trust me, you see, I can't say we are president. Now we see infrastructure where we are seeing now. We are trying to top even jet, Ghana ni bia to top or more bia bank account $1 million to account soon. Now there is a moral breakdown, a moral decay. Trust me, you become the most dangerous president ever. When you share, because in a society of this, one person can just wake up a day and you big jar to a minimum, and everything goes to ashes.
It said ye woo king, ye breaking it down kakranoa. Ebeka say, akwese wa wo bana 1 to 10 years now office. Me Japadi the amano na echinebe mi wu a wo behwe so wo betu nto Japadi ni nyina. Exactly. Because nimdie na ya de ba ko a with the money panel. So the moral guidelines we need to instill and inculcate within us, and that will guide our path. Now saying enra na metise obi interview nipa cross our America. And the interview no ka say and I'm for Ghana waste your more time. Would umbre nyina beko school. Ube wie wunya adwuma nye. So me tie no na ho ya me mobo. Cause you could see clearly say that's yes, wa tu kwan akwa akonya sika. Ba de efe ni nimde ani nyansa wa nkosua bi. Because for anybody to conclude say going to school is a wasted period, clearly it shows that person is living in a different world altogether. Because his own motive about education is say, that is his understanding about education. He doesn't realize that education isn't about it is about self-development. And Eban say Bill Gates didn't a Abeiku school. Eban say na Elon Musk didn't a Abeiku school. Those are more dropping out from school, no. At that point, not all dropping, no. Not what who do obey. When you him dear. So you see, we live in a part of the world that some of these things we don't take it serious. Because say who educate or mind that Dr. Rand show how to relate, how to do things, but I'm saying even education cry render or has say no. And yet in line with these principles and then as a phone,
the educated ones even become more dangerous than the uneducated ones. And that is how we are losing this society. And now, quite sorry, Dema. Do you know the most dangerous person I know? A sufferer preaching, not a sorry. But he sees himself as having close ties with God. But he is the most dangerous person in the midst of everybody around. That is the kind of society that we have built. So I think, as you pay attention to our social realm, now you dedicate much time. And yes, as we see a sign, I see my friends say swamps. Now one your foundation. And a man for between my diner, see what thing, you pictures. At the end, show man a book form because a diner new foundation. A society without morals in the foundation. And that is the realm we are getting into. Can now suffer to me a live video, but church them why on an sort of bad that. Now we entertain these things, and you go to social media, and for the past 3 days, that is what everybody is talking about it. And they are spreading such news. People are consuming, and we normalize such concepts. So we ask yourself, say, you go on some of the platforms and Ghana for Mamim Penny for a bit more to Quayakotana, UK, London, as a phone corner. You see a TikTok now, my platform. Sometimes the language in some amount 40 or more can. What's now? Dr. Ren, we have a lot to do as a country. We have a lot to do. So I think it's a particular area we need to dedicate my time to. Now you focus because over the years, now politics, so we don't pay much attention to. And the last time I catch us say, no, more land than your friends say US and as for corner. Or say media maybe has a maybe pesica. And in the macro our war mono, or ni time mom or your double job as a form. You are making money at the same time you are raising a criminal. So if you are not careful, you are making money. You don't sit home morning, afternoon, come back. And they are doing their own thing. Come my culture said nature argument, nature plays about 90 to 80% in our development. So our what they see informs them, and the children what they become. So the parent is not around, everybody is not around. They are doing their own thing. So I know the day, you are raising a criminal at home because the exposure and everything. And the Akra drew age, Yes, what's your now on Tia? Akra to say what Kotokama Yamba Fee. Beginning, quite our first I'll be your time and then relate, you won't bet me, I know the Oba. But say, one institute to those principles not at the early stage now, Kradina 4 years, 5 years, how against at that time you can control. You can't. Because 4 years.
Let us see the interplay of the nature no environment ne the oceano informe the thought patterns.
Yes, and it's the reason why the last time I was telling you I have studied this research. I think that is available. I'll share the book with you. America. Why a lot of the criminals you see in America, about 90%. Grew up in foster homes and foster care. And I said, oh no, be no Do you know why? Because orientation growing. And here is where you see, nature, play a minor role. Hano, akrana, wakwatina obincha, the kind of orientation that they are getting, Dr. Ren, at the foster home, at the foster care home, Oh yeah, your friend is saying.
Abusia Ugusu a wotie Rainbow Radio 92.4 FM. Yene nua Ivan Kyei innocent and I here to train komono ya delve into Jane Mensa the petition and we've also looked at morality. Mamenka will say me betnasi say ya adwumeku a mobomodia ehwe mamedi djumedi ebrel. Allo going to green ahaban tea and Timisrewa won't pay be enum ya bomodiana kope bi enum. Allo going to green ahaban tea there boa emawunya apomudini awoya abeya ni nsuo a etutototoyi enra me crash mo fancha me mentimi ama ɛne mo ametwetwe nkɔmɔ fa mekura na weather no na enye kra ɛne nti bɔmmɔde anapɛ alogoin to guya haban tea ni bi wɔ 077 962 36426 and anso betimi afrɛ ɛwɔ 0755 2527 877 and 0755 2527 877 and now plus 233 55 55 56787 na just 5 no toswa enum makomako 5 times and 6787 na fre na bomodi na jewo aluguin to green ahaban tea ne bi na nom sanso na overseas special overseas student house running a special promotion May no koso the May intake no koso din ya bomodia if you have a family member be and our friend be in Ghana di ni enkomo bi and I think say nyame adomu a ochina cry I think say we should try and then continue the conversation and saying oba some of entity and chechra mechre and it also about mebunu ne mabawa ene mpemfo especially mpemfo a womu go through abusive relationship and aban no and processes where say more healthy learning and a healthy behavior and sana yitimi amomo hu no ma na womo timini womo partners and as womo ex partners etimi abomodne a co-parent enkwada no. Now, one of the things Debiano Bomodia Trima Quay in society no Efa and Corano. It is to say if he say you won't Corani baby asia, that is okay, that is enough.
Nyame, God will take care of them.
Sa pepe. You referee say a Corano was son or young no abedu the age of 5 echo 8 no. A subconscious mind na epeki the traitor womu hunu the omote the papa ye the mame ye the environment ne chere no we free from 5 and 8 the conscious mind is now developed it unim papa unim bone wa peki ne mame ne ye it mame ne tie swear akora ne sua mame ne ebo brabo ne bi no ye ne bi a inform the judgment of enkwara no it wo hwe enkwara bebre no a woman end up to become abusive in a society is because many of them went through this abusive lifestyle when they were growing up and these abusive behaviors are learning behaviors it is over the mentality and the thinking of the Ghanaian and we've gone through many of these relationship and because how to get a healthy behavior it informs our judgment and it leads us to have a brain maybe TikTok so mami phone papa phone to say where are the values your values no krano away Ivan.
Yes I think that is the problem and you're free say yes they obviously part of the world we come from maybe. So now I was telling you about this nature. So say when oko foster home, ne foster cares na emkrano mo no. They are treated as candidates. Individuals are. So it's rationing. Everybody is struggling for survival. And how would ni papa would do tea cotton so for love? Mammy, I would need tea air so for love. Obi frabon team about tie they have a child for love. Yes, some like time so mako di mobile maba beda. You relate among yourself, the power sem, the time wasem. So you are raised like in a snake pit. You grow on your own. Values so about what you pick values so fine when to be unpeckia. Sometimes come the way you need to find something to eat at all costs in Nasefornum. So when you grow in such an environment, there is something that you lose. We call it empathy and sympathy. So when they come to the external world now, their orientation, perspective about life, everything is different from yours. It's the reason why they are unable to coexist with the normal society, and some get into crime lives and then as forth. So there is this research in America
majority of people in prison come from this particular background. And now say broken homes are and crano a free fee then a quabonting. I told you the last time channel be a measure underbelly. Why 18-year, 13-year, 15-year girls get into prostitution and as for say about 90% of such stories in Yunano a divorce at the early stage and then as a form. And we are parents now. Akrano all grew up no. We are na media me job and I media me double you may say ha. You wake up to a rude awakening. Akrano wan kasa o back but you'll be surprised and
since you cried the addition cry say we do bruni bao yantiano.
Yo. And you see yantiano also and trait theirs is a bit different from ours as well. So when there is that mixture, now a chance here to play out. Have you observed, say Obi go into crime life abroad, black race, they go extra. One who's an man, they go extremely extra. And a man for names for those things, and then as a foreigner, because there is a cultural clash, that blend, and there is no back way beyond a man or that particular way. Navigate through these stormy circumstances and as well finding a way. You are on your own. Whatever comes to your head, I feel say right, that is what you do. And I think that we need to revisit our social values once again. Now is the reason why the last time I was advocating said kindergarten is our school na. Yes, you be passing English into is the most dangerous thing you can do anywhere in the world. Because at that age, it no him, I feel no better to be a room until Kofa will be a psychological non crano on your stable because no failing the mass be our general for so pass. Obia Sabi, he doesn't even understand the psychology of Enkrano as a form. They are the very people Enkrano exposed to at the early stage. Ye didn't attempt, ye exposed to way, and as a abuse akra on Krabrima. Who didn't attempt shout and say it is better. So akra than so shout at the akrano because they lose self-confidence. And so do secondary school and the peers, they are unable to relate. And do back secondary school days, or be better cultural bass up and just economics. Do you know why? Because you're killing the self-confidence when you move. Or who say or non so na where they say me class no me dan akwa catch no because you didn't attempt send it and as a kind of way no attorney team
into who about to send nobu oba koko enzimeni kokrewa no osuro kra are killing the confidence.
Say where they say me tiachi or say me ko nanim obesere me. So the only way obetimi approach ne say bia akwa no mensan na akwa fa drag anom and the way higher it will bridge that particular gap for you. So you see, nothing happens. Messages are what transna usunya there.
And yes, you are minimum wa broach any person any tia bam sani papa. Especially if you're single mother. When say bill say been for minimum any Jimmy sani papa.
Yes, and those things are very dangerous. Me say I cry no that chino na bono. Dan so be dinner tem and I obe shout it as the child. What shout here? What killing the confidence? Or he can't relate to his peers. Most of the drug abuse, drug related way, stemming from some of these things. Exposure, growing up, will get to know. That's what they become. We are crying out, Utino, empty. She lim. Oh, Baba Fabi, we are so the Ubehuna or Fashim.
And that is the subconscious mind, And when they are more very important. And you see, our parents, look. Because of some of the teachings, I always tell the people, say, Oba befia, every day, spend 1 hour with your child. Onini ninkomo. Onini ninkomo na tena se na ne hunu ni mebi a woye. Sani a wo kwa bontinia, you will be informed. Ube hunu ne namfufuo bi, ube hunu agro bi a wo die, ube hunu nkomo bi a wo die, ube hunu ni bi a woye. Sa onini ninkomo no wa sa no ma no a he. Ubetiwe na uba na bia okosku kra no de sekan hye ne bag because unya time kra ni nkomo onya free school by akwabena. How are you? I'm fine. How was school? It was okay. Na mama ne twa so eno no mama busane say why I work say you fine busane oni nkomo. Were you happy today? What made you sad? Any challenges? Dear the Koso. You see, one of the things about one of my friend told me, one, we a teacher, you don't lead a child leading questions. You don't ask your children on leading questions. We didn't come and have a conversation, and a lot of times, parents, I work room, if I don't know, say you're stressed now, you go through. No, I mean, go through stress, pause a minute, put your stress behind you, and have a healthy conversation. And I'll bring in the better tell me. Ivan, when you see a time into know quickly, away. Mass deportation. Donald Trump. Hey, the idea. A lot of African leaders be complain you. Colombia crowd no the Colombia for president senya dia obeji one in call for intino or say woman san fan Colombia snenko back to America. And in time Trump say an idea Colombia for nyina no wo mo embassies e wo no yen hold on and me ma obi avisa emba de kurumu biem. Ivan, mass deportation, any effect on us as a nation, Ghana?
Oh, definitely, because Obusi anyone a come back the Buffia, we are a fear jadum. Just imagine, say, what village you have now offer to America now, or any Bessie, I see a tamna at the number, the phone growing to young uncle for Idaho.
We are John Mahama, so I want the so pep a year for a remittances. No, they are building Ghana.
But you see, that is how our people need to understand. Donald Trump is one president making unpopular decisions with popular support.
And then I maybe say to Ghana, bet me president or bet me making a year unpopular decisions. Ghana for popular support.
Yes, that is Trump for you. Yeah, I think you see when you are honest, very frontal. You come up and you know what you want to achieve. You speak plainly. Sometimes we tend to shy away. When people get to know, say, this is who you are, trust me, they will come back to love you. And that is the kind of idea Trump away. Idea now, it's so unpopular. But our popular support. Why? Because Abra campaign no cost. That was his message. Not all channel out too. But go and look at the vote. Even the Latinos, the blacks, other people, no munkrofo na ye deport you mono. Or munkrofo no more America, no. They even voted for him. Because you see, Adiabakwa Biden na a time me. I'm living in Ghana. But sometimes when I watch CNN, now me share that intrusion. Oh, head number of people are bag about mochi. And Dr. Ren, just put yourself in their shoes. Now in a day, you have about 2,000, 3,000 people crossing border, entering that country. Now, which country in the world can survive that particular intrusion? You can't.